international wanker, go
Hello.
pre-order the Blu-ray. The disc will play in regions A, B, C, so America, UK, Europe, Asia. I'm going through a big phase of buying tangible media again because every fucking streamer under the sun keeps putting prices up. So please help this balls to the wall, low budget, rip snorter of an Aussie film and pre-order the Blu-ray now. It will ship in September. Link to that is in the post description and comments too. Cheers, you legends. Look at them. Look at the bloody emus holding guns. They don't do that. It's not factual. Or is it? Or is it? It is a little bit. Combat and ice go together like the opposite of peas and carrots. I don't like ice, even wearing regular clothes. I have no idea what type of challenge this is, but he's failed it. He may have been sabotaged.
I have not even been paying attention at all. Just
in general, and
that's where
I wouldn't want to meet one of them face to face in combat either. Australia's war on emus in the 1930s was
oh my God, everything is
what? Fail. Yeah, this footage is from a horror comedy film made in Australia last year. Get ready.
Fucking hammering it.
Who was that guy? Did you see him? It's yours truly. It's Aussie Man doing some dodgy acting.
Hammering this, huh?
Yeah. If you're keen to see the film in cinemas in Australia, there's one weekend of screenings coming up on June 21st to 23rd. Click the link in the post description or comments to go get tickets. If you're an international wanker, go pre-order the Blu-ray. The disc will play in regions A, B, C, so America, UK, Europe, Asia. I'm going through a big phase of buying tangible media again because every fucking streamer under the sun keeps putting prices up. So please help this balls to the wall, low budget, rip snorter of an Aussie film and pre-order the Blu-ray now. It will ship in September. Link to that is in the post description and comments too. Cheers, you legends. Look at them. Look at the bloody emus holding guns. They don't do that. It's not factual. Or is it? Or is it? It is a little bit. Combat and ice go together like the opposite of peas and carrots. I don't like ice, even wearing regular clothes. I have no idea what type of challenge this is, but he's failed it. He may have been sabotaged. The parachute landing, super important for every G.I. Joe, G.I. Jane, G.I. person. He needs to nail this. He nailed the bonnet of the Humvee. He was checking it was latched closed, and it was. Oh no, is this another potential blood and guts dark web video? Anything with mortars makes me nervous. He's falling in the bloody hole. Run away, just run away. He says, sorry, I'm not actually meant to be here. Is it loaded? It's not loaded, it's just smoky. It feels dangerous still. In comes a pro mortar wanker. He looks confident and kapow! Nice. Looking after all the death gear that costs $53 trillion to make seems like it's a big part of being in the military. You gotta pull your weight. Of course, you can't use regular domestic hoses here. You gotta use hoses made for washing elephants and jeeps. Oh, bugger! She's under attack! Hostile hose! Extremely hostile hose! Yeah, run away. Nah, she did the right thing. There's nothing you can do. Hope that it blows itself up. Good training. She'll remember this. I feel like even the office workers have to get out and do this obstacle course shit, because this guy he's not digging it. He's like, guys, I do communications, I do comms, tech and comms, IT support. I'm not meant to be abseiling, okay? Shit. Yeah, so I do canteen stuff, I do canteen stock. I don't see why this is applicable to me. I'm not gonna be going down mountains or jumping out of helicopters or, yeah. Her instructor's just like, forget all that. You will. One day you will have to do it. Just think of Leonard Skinner. Think of the song Free Bird. Are you a free bird? You're a free bird. So down you go. Flappy flap off the edge. Go on. She's like, no. Canteens. I do stock. I do rations. I'm the rations lady, okay? I'm not meant to. This isn't my role. This isn't. Holy shit, I'm halfway. Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm cruising now. No, I got this. Oh, that's fun. No, if I ever need to deliver the rations and the canteens off the edge of a cliff, now I know how to, don't I? That's great. All right, I'm fucking it up a bit again. I'm upside down. I don't want to land on my head on the ground. I don't want an injury. Okay. All right, yep, just thank you. Cheers for that. Thanks, everyone. I don't need to know, guys, as leader of this squadron, I don't need to know how this vehicle got shit mixed. I'm on a classic need-to-know basis, and I don't need to fucking know. Oh, look at that. Yeah, like Aussie Man. I never do those call to actions. Subscribe to Aussie Man. Hit the bell for Aussie Man as well. That's what that said. Yeah, look, I don't need to know as long as you can just recover from this situation and move forward. That's the main thing. Don't dwell on the past. Just fix it and then fucking plow on. There we go. All right, it's back. No. Nope, there's the mega fail. That was a fail followed by a mega fail. Fuck me dead. All you can do is stand and look at it. That really is all you can do. Anyway, thanks to everyone for your service in the military. I could never do it because I can't be yelled at during breakfast. I can't. It's hard to call this clip a fail. If we've got mechanical dogs joining the army, then that's probably a win when you think about it. That's so wholesome. Oh yeah, no. New Emu War trailer did just drop as well, so go search that out on YouTube. Give the producers some love in the comments. They worked on it way harder than they probably should have. Yeah, there I am. Fuck yeah.
The emus have declared war on the Commonwealth of Australia. But the spirit of Australia will not be broken. The emus will not be victorious. Emus, oh God, I'm pissed. I'm pissing my pants right now. Just keep doing this. Stop talking or keep pissing.
Let's go the quadrant down here.
This war may rest on the shoulders of 4 ragtag misfits.
This is dumb and way too fucking loud. Let's go back here. Let's go to watch later. About to get stung by the storm, but I won't let it hit me.
How would you feel about a PC that can remember everything you do? And I'm not just talking about browser history or old messages. I mean a PC that keeps an eye on everything displayed on your screen. Every app you have open, how long you spent looking at a picture, all of your credit card transactions, everything. Microsoft is hoping this will make you feel empowered and not spied upon once the newest Windows 11 update, called 24H2, drops with the feature we just talked about, dubbed Recall. The idea is relatively simple. Windows 11 will take snapshots of your screen every few seconds and save them to disk. Using AI, these snapshots will become easily searchable using natural language. So if you need to ask it a question like, show me every message where I discuss Canadian maple syrup features, Recall can locate those for you even if you completely forgot when the messages were sent or even what program you were using. Happens to me all the time. It's pretty easy to see how this would be extremely useful for quickly finding an important piece of information, but it's also obvious that Windows has to collect lots of information for the feature to work properly. Recall uses a minimum of 25 gigabytes of space if you have a rather small 256 gigs SSD, and the default amount that's allocated increases. Microsoft is aware that this sounds like a privacy nightmare.
Think I hear an enemy this way.
According to them, all of the data used by Recall never leaves your device and is processed by the Neural Processing Unit, or NPU, in your PC, so the data doesn't need to be sent to the cloud. Of course, this still reinforces the importance of making sure your machine is secure, as Recall won't do things like hide account numbers or passwords.
I'm getting hit over here.
Microsoft says that Recall data is going to be secured the same way as other data on your PC. But seeing as you're probably not used to thinking of any random ephemeral thing that just happens to be on your screen
find this spot. Just trying to push me off.
To see if Microsoft will beef up security around Recall as time goes on. In the meantime, it is possible to exclude certain programs and web browsers from Recall.
Straight across the gap.
Thank goodness for that. But here's the thing. There's a very good chance you won't be able to even get Recall on your home PC anyway. We'll tell you why right after we thank Backblaze for sponsoring this video. Backblaze is an affordable and easy-to-use cloud backup solution that starts at just $9 a month. They make it simple by allowing you to back up PC or business workstations and access it anywhere in the world with their web and mobile apps. Backblaze also lets you restore your data.
We're gonna get pinned in here if we do this.
They will ship a hard drive with your data right to your door, and after you're done, you can return the hard drive for a refund. They even have us covered. We actually back up our servers to Backblaze.
Because there was a team that was on the zip line behind me outside the circle.
Free trial with no credit card required today at backblaze.com/techquickie. Recall is intended to be a feature on PCs that Microsoft is labeling with Copilot Plus branding, not to be confused with just Copilot.
Shutting the bottom doors.
That has already been out for a while.
Chucky dope,
must
keep
have
out
60
the
gigs
devil.
of RAM and 2
Chucky dope, keep the devil in the night.
Importantly, you have to have a GPU ready for at least 40 trillion operations per second. Right now, there aren't any
I'm
current
spotted, taking
grade
fire.
x86 CPUs out there that include an NPU this powerful. By comparison, current Intel and
check here.
AMD products are
Sniper stock
capable
here.
of less than
Level
half
3.
of the number of operations. This means the first products certified for Copilot Plus will instead be laptops that contain Qualcomm Snapdragon X Elite
Ultimate's
and
ready.
X Plus
Who wants
chips,
to fly?
which are ARM-based and will serve as something of a competitor to the M series chips
Recharging my
on Apple
shields.
devices. Although
Need a
there
thermite
has
grenade.
already been one
Are you trying to fly out?
We're not alone, squad. Got a bogey.
That don't have an
Are you trying to fly out?
Bogey here, and I'm looking straight at the hill. Let's regroup here.
or wait
Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn. How copy? Main engine burn.
CPUs from Intel and AMD that feature
Should air pressure drop, oxygen masks will be provided. If you're traveling with a small child, this is a blood sport. What's wrong with you?
Trying to get to the rope?
My sights are set higher.
Come and get your
I'm gonna drop my
batteries.
drop first.
Recharging my shields.
Right here. Recharging shield.
They have given us a new reason to
Optics
pirate their
here.
software.
Close
Don't
range.
actually pirate their software because that's illegal.
We can defend
They
here.
can now own your data.
Off the squad's left. No time to be
There's a new
tired.
terms of service and is causing people to be rightfully furious. This is the updated terms of use. It says we made some changes to the Adobe General Terms of Use regarding the use of software and services, including clarified that we may access your content through both automated and manual methods, such as for the content review. So I read from Adobe that they have updated these
Okay.
terms
I'm gonna try to start sniping some people from over this ledge.
to help and moderate illegal content that is being produced with their apps. So let's be real, we're not
Leveled
stupid
up.
here. This is a
It's
data
upgrade
mining issue
time.
that they can
Let's
use
see
that
what the
data to
duck
train
ordered.
AI tools. Yes, your AI tools
Safe
are
to touch
helpful
down.
sometimes.
We're already in the next ring.
But do we
Let me portal down to you, Young.
Now, Adobe package coming in. Look and review upload photos that you uploaded into the cloud. So if you uploaded anything sussy or you uploaded anything no
90, bitch!
now we can look and laugh.
Almost got you again, you little sucker.
Doing it. So the other thing that is
They have no idea where that's coming from. They don't know that I'm up here. Oh, now he left. I'm gonna hit this guy over here, though.
absolutely worse. Some people the whole support chat more for the uninstalled
Oh, now they're flying across to the other team. Well, go ahead, stay up top.
Care package there.
90, bitch!
Bogey there.
Wonder which upgrade I should get.
A90!
Bandit. Reloading.
They don't even know. They can't even see me from up here because I got this scope.
New kill leader. They can have it. My sights are set higher.
Reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, create derivative works based on publicly translate the content. Isn't this
Got a bandit.
annoying?
Hit him, 81.
My beer. So now they own the work. They have a license to your work. They can distribute it. They can sub-license your work to third parties if they want to. This is so bad. Ever since generative AI came along, stealing
Extended
is
heavy
now
mag here.
totally
Level
fine.
3.
If you're paying Adobe $60
Heavy ammo here.
steal your content.
I'm coming, I could use it.
Padlocked a bandit.
But surely all
Where is it?
Bogey in sight.
Others have completed this challenge.
Heavy
Return
ammo
to
here.
fight another day.
content and
Oh, you're not even with us? You're just marking things over some other place?
Youngbark000 says, PPL below us.
Away from here. Bandit close by. Visual clear.
Target over there. Adobe performs content analysis only on content processed or stored on Adobe's servers.
I'm gonna go back up. I mean, I was crushing people from up here.
But there is a problem, and I will get to that in a second. Adobe may analyze your content that is processed and stored.
Youngbark000 says, he'll kiss you.
Watch yourself. We're all inside the ring. Good.
They're right by me. They're on me.
Come on, Mitchell.
I got one. There isn't a chance in hell that I'm leaving up here. I just got my drop up here. I don't know how'd you die? What?
Got our squad mate's banner.
Might be something good that way.
There you go. Good job, buddy. Get him. The 88. I just knocked another one. Ooh, he's dead. Another one.
Nice work.
And it's just gonna get worse. Everybody wants more automation. Pretty soon, a lot of their tools.
45 seconds, rings close.
I just knocked another one. I don't know how I'm doing this right now. I've never fried so hard.
Keep doing it.
Are you guys even alive? You're not even my teammates. You bots. You don't even talk to me.
I'm just in awe. I'm watching the masterpiece. Hey, over
You
here.
shut your mouth. Yep, he got him.
Hey, rings closing. We are all in the danger zone.
This is actually the same reason why many of the top aim trainer players in the world actually change their mouse sensitivity depending on the individual scenario that they're trying to get any high score. Slower sense for longer range precision, higher sense for when you need more speed. But doing this
I've got an upgrade waiting for me.
in front of you or like 100 meters away is kind of impossible. But what if there was a way to get the benefits of high sense and low sense all within the one sensitivity?
I'm switching to the rampage.
What's our left?
Now that's an
Oh, I fucked up there. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, there's people down there. They're right there, and the other team. So wait for them. Wait for the team up top to push to them. Oh shit! Now they know we're here.
It sounds really interesting, but also at the same time,
taken fire.
this is
Getting
nothing
shot
new.
at.
I've actually known about this. I've avoided it because, like everyone, I've just hated the idea of your constantly changing.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Like, for example, with Mouse Excel, you could move your mouse the same distance as you usually do. If you move it just
Need to
a little
recharge
bit
my
faster
shield.
or a little bit slower, your cursor will end up in a completely different spot. That sounds impossible to aim with, but also
Taking fire.
that's kind of what got me really
Come and get your birthday present.
I'm taking shots. Watch yourself. There's another squad attack. I've been down.
Rings around the
Don't crawl to me. What do you want? Stay under here. Why would you crawl out?
There's someone over there to the right.
Oh well, fuck. You should have marked them.
smoothness, yeah, it can go pretty deep. These curves basically just show you how
We are not alone.
multiplied and enhanced by
Oh my god, that never fucking hit people that. Look how much damage I had. What the fuck, bro? Holy.
that's where I decided to start. Honestly, it didn't feel too bad. I usually play Overwatch with an in-game sense of 3 at 1600 DPI, and to get the benefits of this mouse excel, I lowered that to 2.3. So effectively now it's like 2.3 at the low end for tracking, but closer to 3 for target switching and flicks. But yeah, first impressions, it didn't feel that dramatic. It actually felt surprisingly okay. I usually do see some jitters and inconsistencies when tracking slower targets at my usual sensitivity, but now they were mostly gone. At the same time, it did feel kind of sluggish compared to what I usually play on, so over the next few days I started bumping up the acceleration value even further. From the default 0.005 up to 0.01, then 0.02, eventually all the way up to 0.04, which was just too fast, especially at 1600 DPI, which just amplifies the curve even more. With acceleration values that high, that's really where the inconsistencies start to show up, at least for me. So after about a week of using Mouse Excel, I fine-tuned it to this, a linear curve with gain enabled, acceleration set to 0.02, and a cap of 1.4. This actually felt pretty good. Long-range tracking felt more controlled, and the part that I thought would feel terrible, which were the flicks, ironically felt really good and very predictable, almost just like less work. Compared to my usual static sense, it felt more controlled at lower speeds, but faster at higher speeds. Surprisingly, it felt a lot less inconsistent than I thought it would. I even tried Kovacs to get an objective reference point. Was I trolling or being biased, or could this actually be good? I don't play Infamous too much these days. Sometimes it's like just in between matches if I'm seeing a dude, but I did end up breaking a couple of my own high scores.
We got this round squared away.
Everything I had thought previously about Mouse Excel was except for one part. At the start of the acceleration curve, you can change it, which means that the inconsistencies of jitters are just exaggerated.
Alrighty, bro. Let's see.
Stop the recording. I'm starting the recording again because I need to take that one and edit it up.
No worries.
Edit that up.
Rings nearby, 1 minute till
PK in
close.
the hemlock right now.
Rings next door. 45.
Baby, you're welcome. Of course. I notice everything.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
The fuck is that supposed to be? You know what, David? I'm observant when it comes to you.
What is happening right now? Are you talking? Who are you talking to?
10 seconds, the ring's just ahead.
What?
New kill leader.
What? You're talking to David. What the fuck's going on? Why are you... What's going on here? Is that David in this match?
Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Are you Goliath?
I can use that.
David.
It's on. Ring's moving.
Yes.
Are you Goliath?
That sucks for you.
What sucks? What are you talking about? Yo, Twink, what are you saying? Fucking Doink over here. Doink the clown! You probably don't even know who Dink and Doink are, do you?
Care package coming in. Extended light
Do you know who Dink and Doink are?
Ammo up.
Probably not. You should look it up. Clowns.
Kinda like you.
I have an extended sniper mag here. Level 2.
Female pop gangster. Nobody know my name.
Forget that. Extended light magazine here. Level 2. Thanks. Backpack here. Level 2. I need it.
Here's your birthday present.
Vulture. This what way we're going. This is where we're going. Talk to me, I'm no win. You got a mic. I am the mic. Mic on your hands. Mic on your hands. I am the mic on your hands. You got a mic.
I think it's worth just kind of backing up for a second here before we get to tunnel vision on aim in competitive FPS games, because it's not the only thing that matters when it comes to ranking up, actually climbing to a new level. Especially what I'm doing.
Push back.
Give my shields a recharge.
The more time I think about this,
There's another team coming in from above them. There's a team there. There's another.
positioning, timing, what abilities or ultimates are going to be in the next fight, and how to play
Follow the tunnel. Give my shields a recharge.
odds in your favor in pretty much any competitive FPS out there. Also, I've just always been impressed with people with really good game mechanics and pure aim. That's always been way more impressive to me than someone with just the outright highest rank. After a couple weeks, I started playing around with the aim curves within Raw itself. Using essentially you have a tracking sense.
Where the fuck did I just get hit from?
With nothing in between. To them, it clearly works, but for me, I just couldn't get this to a point where it felt more natural than linear. Especially, predicting flicks and pulse storms and tracer.
I have no idea.
Just felt more predictable.
I do not either, but now I'm pinned in this fucking tunnel. I don't know why you came back into the tunnel. I thought we had like some sort of secret way out.
There's a third party going on, that's why.
Yeah, I knew.
So don't ask stupid questions.
I don't know how the fuck to get out of this without going through the storm.
We'll be fine, bro. Don't worry about it. We're good.
Smooths out that early portion of mouse movement, so that feeling of my sense constantly changing early on is now gone. If you're interested in giving Mouse Excel a shot, I might just recommend loading up this first. It's intentionally flat when you control, and then ramped up when you'd be flicking to a new target. If you want a larger or smaller sensitivity range,
16 seconds till I got heal.
and if you want to flatten out the base,
Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. 10 seconds. I got my own. I can drone us. 7. Just as long as we didn't give our position away, we're okay. 4, 3, 2, 1.
So now with an in-game sense,
Far ring, 45 left.
all the way up to 3.7. And so far,
I also have my drop, but I don't want to drop it right here because there's got to be a team somewhere around here that was frying me.
might actually not be terrible. I mean, for me at least, it does feel more comfortable than just using a flat static set. Especially if you play the types of games that I play where there is an extreme amount of variance in the target range, like the amount of precision that you might need or the amount of speed that you might need, in a matter of seconds, then yeah, actually, it's pretty usable. I mean, the way to explain it is it kind of just looks like this. Really steady for those further away targets where you need precision,
Backpack here.
and you don't have to
Level
use your
3.
whole arm for breaking.
I need it. They got me. I'm down.
So yeah, it kind of
Crawl back to me.
You know now.
They spotted me. I'm taking a shot.
I'm like, if I get hit once, I'm dead. That was just absolutely terrible. What was going on there? I was about to put a tower out so we could slide down the fucking valley.
Your fault, teammate.
My fault? I didn't die. I came trying to run to fucking get you after you went down. My
fucking with you, bro. I'm fucking with you.
Typical Apex. What the fuck? You bubbled me. You're bubbling me? What the fuck? I don't know if we got time for this. You got a tower?
Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
You got a tower? Okay, I guess that was a yes. I'm never making out of this. Unless you got another bubble shield or something. That's my last bandage. I'm gonna probably go down before I get out. You may have to pick me up. The thing is, I have my drone, but I can't use it.
Juice has some syringes for you, bro.
Too late. I'm in front of him.
Whatever, just saying.
Oh, he's not getting that time. The ring's removed before I can even get up. There's no way we could have made that. Should have just died back there and been out of this. Done.
So she deleted her tweet and then tweeted it after. I didn't think my bike injury would cause massive amounts of cringe in my replies. Many responded to this saying, "Oh come on, these were just jokes. Aren't that the producers make unhinged jokes about biking incidents? They have fun." Might be something good that way. I mean, the X in the bike. Let's go that way. Even further to defend the cause drama within her replies, with one user attacking me over a little joke I made and tried calling me out.
What happened here now, Mr. Drama Boy? Tell me what happened.
Now recently over on Twitter, Bliss tweeted out about her bike battle scar, and after posting this, many in the replies were making jokes about her scar, and even I randomly come across a post and just jokingly said, "Was adept really." Now after a while, Bliss got offended by what people were saying to her tweet, so she deleted her tweet and then tweeted it after. I didn't think my bike injury would cause massive amounts of cringe in my replies. Many responded to Bliss saying, "Oh come on, these were just jokes. Aren't that deep? Juicers make unhinged jokes about biking incidents. They have trauma from the incident. Sorry from the juicers if you felt it was too far." I mean, the X and the biking have been a long running joke. Now some in the community took it even further to defend Bliss and cause drama within her replies, with one user attacking me over a little joke I made and tried calling me out saying that I was a parasocial. After the back and forth, it turned out that he was a parasocial simp defending Bliss on every one of her tweets that jokes or says anything negative towards her. In the end, Bliss ended up blocking me, and I didn't even cause any drama or say anything negative towards her, but many in the community were just saying to Bliss that it was just juicer jokes about her bike incident. Moving on to clips now. Embarrassed as icon Bliss appears on the screen.
You all ready for the Ock train?
With you stepping into the ITO role. Hey, come back if you're ever looking for a Mirage à Trois. That's where you fight three of me at once.
Invested in Bruce drop him off for friendship.
Bruce apologizes to Kai, admits his faults in his Twitch return. Also gives him soccer advice. Hey, bro. That's
enough lambing
I
around.
love how hard he.
That's cool. What does that got to do? Why would I like? Yeah, okay, bro. Let me see something. Chad, this is what I be talking about. I don't talk about certain situations because in my real life, I've went through it and I've made the smart decision on making my circle the way it's supposed to be. You guys are cheating.
Let's get deep.
It's actually bad. I'm not gonna lie. You feel what I'm saying? We got to work this year. We got so much shit I gotta do. Please stop. It's so bad. Like, it's forced. It's actually forced. I haven't spoken a situation since I spoke on the situation. Let that sink in.
What women talk about when there is no men around.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Wait, what? Actually, down there, everybody has smell, but we should care about it.
First blood.
It's not about the.
First blood.
But sometimes it's like it's hot, it's long day.
45 seconds, rings close.
I was talking about pussy health without the streaming, okay?
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Only girls' time, okay? It's like sushi down there. Fresh sushi. Oh, okay. Medium fresh.
Enemy shield broken. Firing. Target over there.
Not fermented sushi. No, not
10 seconds. The ring's close.
Not kimchi. Not kimchi.
Reloading. Killed an enemy.
So vinegar rice.
Mom scolded her daughter for inappropriate clip.
You know, there was one stream I was in like corgi cafe, and there was two dogs humping each other. Turned out they were both female, but there was two dogs humping at each other, and I didn't notice at the time. Then my mom kept asking me to delete that clip. She's like, please delete that clip. It looks so weird. I don't like seeing them humping each other. What the fuck? What happened with the animals in the zoo? Everybody's horny as fuck.
Water is about to lose her job.
How's the prime gonna work? Doesn't really change, I think.
You hear that?
There's
a care package coming.
Get less from primer, but primers are very welcome. At this point, everything's helping. Jeff Bozo.
Recharging my shields.
Not the Bozo. It's the guy. Oh my god, I missed the joke. It's not the Bozo. I just realized the fucking. I thought was like, who's Bozo? Oh, it's my boss.
Delete that clip. She's like, please delete that clip. It looks so weird. I don't like seeing them humping each other. What the fuck? What happened with the animals in the zoo? Everybody's horny as fuck.
Water is about to lose her job.
How's the prime gonna work? Doesn't really change, I think. But streamers get less from primer. But primers are very welcoming too. You know, at this point, everything's helping. Jeff Bozo. Not the Bozo. It's the guy. Oh my god, I missed the joke. It's not the Bozo. I just realized the fucking. I thought was like, who's Bozo? Oh, it's my boss. Okay.
XQC rages at zombies.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline packaging. I leveled up.
this point on, chat, yes, mark this date and time. This is the last time I play a video game. I can't do this anymore, chat. Guys, that's it. That's it. That's it. Chat, guys, say whatever you want, chat. I'm old. I'm washed up. Chat, I fell off. Say it, chat. I will no longer be playing any more games. Fuck this shit. Dog misprogrammed garbage. I fell off. I don't give a
Bozo! Oh, it's my boss. Okay.
XQC.
456. This is Greg.
Let's explore over there. Wingman here. Sniper ammo here, if you choose.
He rages at zombies.
There are Unscoti to be found in the barracks.
Okay, from this point on, chat, yes, mark this date and time. This is the last time I play a video game. I can't do this anymore, chat. Guys, that's it. That's it. That's it. Chat, guys, say whatever you want, chat. I'm old. I'm washed up. Chat, I fell off. Say it, chat. I will no longer be playing any more games. I fell off. Games can suck my dick.
Northern 9 on anime games.
Whenever people like look at a picture like this and they're like, wow, that looks great, I'm like, it's the same way I would feel if somebody was like, hey, do you see how good the new Call of Duty looks? I'm like, really? You haven't seen 35 million games that have like this exact character design and art style? Like, you're not looking for something new at that point? Let people enjoy things? No, because like we did that for like 10 years. It's like, don't yuck people's yum, and look where it got us, bro. Furiosa, losing to Garfield at the box office. You ever criticize Garfield, some 32-year-old dude is like, hey, it was actually pretty good. We need to grow up as a society, man. We need to bring back bullying.
Oh my god, I'm so far away.
Yeah, so are you. It's time to grow up. We're moving past this, okay? We need to interface with art that has something interesting to say. Me before I play Fortnite later today.
Jason attempts a kick.
30 seconds, rings close.
Calling upon nature's strength. They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Reloading. Oh my god. I'll need to recharge my shield. Let us follow it. Reloading. Shots fired at me. Battling the enemy.
Come and get your birthday present.
I downed a hostile.
Queen 69 falls for the oldest.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Oh my god. My god. You said that, you go double that.
Optics here.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things with that.
Falls for the oldest tree.
I haven't got those down on my game yet, so with the banana.
Ban him! Ban him!
Oh my god, I got back on it too. Give me back to this. What are you doing? You don't take me off my game right now.
Welcome to the party.
What is that, man? I just got fried from behind because of you.
needs a few more Billy.
I climbing up. Now I'll give you cover.
On Maui.
Gotta be running out of room. Only so many eggs.
Colonization. And Mark Zuckerberg. It's not even colonization, but that implies like many people. It's just one dude.
Broke his shield. Let's go.
That's. But anyway.
I can't see from here, bro. I don't have the scope to do that. Let's go. Oh wait, I do. Never mind. I have a sentinel. Why am I not sniping them? Oh fuck, I'm an idiot.
They were both involved in that.
Yeah, run, bitch.
House.
63.
Look inside Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Rings nearby, 1 minute till close.
And his character is Maui from Moana.
He is
coming through. Watch it.
Like, I don't think we should stay here because we're gonna have to get out. I'm moving. You guys can do what you want to do. I'm moving back to the back and around to the side. I was with the party, and now I moved from the party. Goodbye, party.
Okay, so I mean,
I'm on to the next party, people. Come on, party people, let me hear some noise. DC's in the house, jump, jump with joy, because there's a party over here, a party over there. With your hands in the air, shake your derriere. These 3 words mean you getting busy. Whoom, there it is. Hit me.
The oceanfront home changed hands in 2018. That's a big
What?
company that looks like it's 25 million.
You think your words are gonna cut me?
Sand beach, lush landscaping, and natural
No,
rock
they're
wall
fucking
privacy.
words. What?
So,
Exactly. Exactly. So why are you using them like that?
Yeah, hold on. Actually, Wolfie just sent me something very interesting here.
Care package being delivered.
You want to get in the ring? But
according to this,
Oh yeah, do I want to get into the ring? You mean when I go way past you into the ring? Okay, buddy. Oh, look who's behind me now, buddy. You want to get in the ring, buddy? The fuck are you talking about? I'm mad? No, you're mad. Listen to you. God, have some self-awareness.
Mark Zuckerberg is on here. He's right here.
Yeah, I just was saying he wasn't. Look at the acreage of his compared to Larry Ellison.
It's modest, frankly, compared to
broke boy Zuckerberg.
I didn't even know who these guys are.
John Lakers, square mile.
We're not all in the ring.
Bezos
Take your
is
position.
here? Oh, yeah. I mean,
So that's 137 square miles. Is what Larry Ellison.
like how big is LA?
Oh, well, here's a good question. Lanai Island.
Need to recharge my shields.
How big is the island? It's 104. So wait a minute. This is a relatively small island. It's 140 square miles. So the dude owns almost all of it. 137.
There's not. I don't see anyone else on Lanai. I think he owns the whole fucking island. He's there. Everyone else is Maui and.
There's one of the islands in Hao is completely private.
Yo,
Here, you need this? Take that.
What's the island called?
What's their local?
Well, there is a population there. It's very small. But yeah, there's over 3,000 people.
And then like,
so it's just like his little fight gym. That's fucking insane.
Well, and
what?
What? Who does he pay for that land?
He must have bought it just it says 98% owned by Larry Ellison, 2% by state of Hawaii. So
he must have bought it from the state.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Presumably.
Hopefully they bled him dry for that shit. I doubt it though. Probably got it for like.
This is blowing my mind.
Well, there's another island that's holding by.
Enemy spotted.
He moved past over that way.
Oh God.
I believe I'm in a safe position.
From the Kingdom of Hawaii.
The thing is,
I hear about Zuck and his Hawaii escapades all the time culturally, but like nobody is talking about the fact that that's like that's Dr. Evil. That's an entire like volcanic island.
Yeah, I own a.
I fried that guy. Go ahead.
I'm building a layer in it.
That's great. This is blowing my mind.
I mean, so these top three are obviously the top three are obviously like deranged. With the amount they own, and then you go down to like insane amounts because I mean, look, Oprah owns 2,000 square or 3,000 acres. That's huge. That is a fucking massive estate. No. What? Lang Chan. Business Chan.
Look it up. Let's see.
Steve Cave.
Is a Malaysian tycoon. Literally a tycoon. He co-founded the Hong Leong Group in Malaysia. And millionaire, and yeah, I guess he owns what I do.
And then who's Steve Cave?
Executive officer and chairman of AOL, but like in the 90s. So like when
yeah,
we're
Hell yes.
And then you actually see quite a lot of. Let's see. Oh my God, there's a.
Big boy.
Yeah, embarrassing. I'm surprised he's not embarrassed. Steve Ballmer's got.
Where's the watch later? There it is. What the fuck? How'd I get to that?
I hate to see you so upset, but I'm just so bloody happy.
the title of Kill Leader.
Now we reload and we start with daily dose. We're still frying. What's going on with YouTube? Game over. We'll start with
sponsored our trip here to Computex 21, and it started off with a trip to the ASUS headquarters here in Taipei, where we got to see a lot of things that they're going to show on the show floor, as well as some sneak previews at things still yet to come that I can't even discuss in this video. But it's safe to say that ASUS is pushing the boundary in all of the areas that they compete in. So let's start off with one that's a little less familiar with the things we cover here on the channel, and that is the peripheral space, because ASUS had a lot to show off with their new ROG Azoth Extreme, ROG Harp Ace Extreme mouse, and the ROG Delta 2 headset. The Azoth Extreme is a premium high-end keyboard with an aluminum chassis, 1,600 plus hours of battery life, a full color OLED display, display up at the top, which can help display things like your KPS, as well as various different situations. It has a touchscreen that you can interface with, but the body of the keyboard's made out of aluminum alloy CNC and engraving. It has a mirror finish plate as well as a carbon fiber plate in the middle with metal leaf springs, pour-on dampening foam, a switch pad, a removable silicone pad, and an adjustable gasket mount. One of the cool things that they showed off with the Azoth Extreme is that it can give you 2 different typing feels. There's a switch at the bottom of the keyboard that then changes it from hard or soft to get it set up to your preference. It also comes with magnetic feet stand so that you can adjust
Let's get the job done.
Congrats, you bloody life. Of their Speed Nova wireless technology, which gives you things like 8,000 kilohertz polling rate, allowing you to have high performance direct connection to your PC, and you could operate it off of Bluetooth or even
Wait until you see the world from my point of view.
Connectivity, and also Mac OS apps. And then for the Harp Ace mouse, this is an incredible carbon fiber mouse that Asus has been developing. One of the things that they did not want to create is another fully mice that just allows you to get grime and goat on the inside. So they created a 27 gram mouse that's made out of carbon fiber with an 8-stage molding process. And one of the things that they mentioned is because they're one of the first
Know your place.
carbon fiber.
I know mine.
Carbon fiber composite. The way that they have to form the mice with that
Replicator there. Reckon they can make spare. Forget that, eh?
weave and a slightly different look to it because carbon fiber
Too slow.
rigidity also keeps it lightweight and still highly performant. It also has
There's a prime spot for
one
mayhem.
that's PTFE for things like
Bombs away!
Everything glides smoothly, and again, this also comes with that 8 polling rate. And Asus did mention that their polling rate booster, which supports this 8 kilohertz, could potentially still add so much. And then on the headset, they had the RG Delta 2. This is actually kind of a neat implementation with up to 110 hours of battery life, a 10mm super wide mic, a longer curve in the frequency response, 50mm techniques, diaphragm, very different profiles, 2.4 in Bluetooth audio support, but one of the cool things is the simultaneous dual flow audio, which allows you to have both 2.4 and Bluetooth inputted at the same time. So if you receive a phone call, you can have that going on at the same time that you're still just enjoying playing Stardew Valley, and they both have separate volume controls on the headset, allowing you to access both simultaneously with the RG Delta 2. That was part of the main presentation that Asus gave us at their HQ, but they also showed off various different things that they have in the works. One of the coolest things that they didn't ask me to cover in this video was their
Our
Dolly
teammate already
project,
left
which is just a
us?
neat implementation of E-Ink,
Bro.
because Asus has been known to put little back screens and
Was
displays
there-
on
wasn't
their
there 3 of
laptops,
us that
allowing you to
flew
just
in?
at least visually communicate to the rest of the world that you're a gamer. But now they have a new colored E-Ink display that's in the testing phases that allows you to actually have something that looks more akin to a vinyl wrap and can be way more customizable and updatable in the software. I really loved checking this out.
10
I think
seconds,
it's a
the
neat
ring's just ahead.
implementation, and because it's E-Ink, it's not going to be a huge drain on battery life to just keep that display up and going while you're using your laptop. But speaking more on the kind of testing prototype phases that Asus is going through, they showed off a collaboration with Asetek and Fabricate Labs for a new 3D printed copper cold plate that's going to be coming to liquid coolers in the near future. Instead of having the
left too?
traditional skiving, which has you cut out portions of a copper block, this is actually 3D printed from the ground up, allowing you to have different shapes, different sizes, making it so that you can potentially heavily reduce hotspot temperatures because you can conform the actual cold plate to the CPU that you're actually cooling and not just have one monolithic block that's supposed to go everywhere. They mentioned that this could potentially result in having an AMD AM5 version of the CPU cooler and an Intel LGA 1700 or whatever the next socket is version of the CPU cooler, because each one is going to have tremendously different performance and allow you to get the best cooling out on the market. They mentioned that this may start with their Ryujin 2 water block, which was Asus's first just water block without an AIO that you can connect to the rest of the system. They do think that it could potentially come out to their AIOs in the future, but right now it's in the testing and validation phase, and we could see it hit the market sometime soon. But they also showed off a concept CPU cooler OLED screen, which is a 6.7-inch OLED screen that's curved, but it also has a little flap that you can press, and then it allows you to uncurl it and make it so that it's a flat display in your system. And Asus is saying that this is part of their BTF lineup because one of the things that it features is very short runs on the tubing, allowing you to hide those. But they did note with the demo version that they had out, it does still have quite a few cables attached to it. You can see that there's an HDMI, there's a cable for power, and one of the things that feedback on this, I'm tossing it off to you, the audience, when it comes to trying to simplify connectors, because BTF is all about trying to create a more cableless and seamless look. One of the things that Asus can go for here is creating a proprietary connector that allows them to get a more seamless cable run and not necessarily be beholden to other standards. But they did see the value in potentially opening it up to making it so that, yes, you do support regular standards of things that are out there that make it more serviceable by the user, but that is going to come at a cost of being able to hide the cables and make them a little less apparent. So what would you think with this curved OLED screen? Would you want more cables but have that easy access, or do you want to go seamless, especially with the BTF, making it so that it's a cableless design and have something that is a little bit more proprietary? It was cool that they asked us for feedback because they recognize that just creating a proprietary cable just to create one is not necessarily a great idea. But also in the BTF concept world, they showed off a bunch of different cases in collaboration with other partners as well as some Asus owned designs when it comes to the BTF GPUs, and especially one of the themes that they showed off was having an open air GPU while the rest of the system is closed off. So there are a couple of cases from Cooler Master that were on display, but one of the coolest ones was the Z22, an update to the Z11 that is very clearly styled after the ROG Strix cards, especially with that 4090 slotted in there. It is perfectly sized to the Z22, but you get an open air GPU, allowing you to have a more compact form factor with a mini ITX system. You have dedicated cooling sections for the CPU, but then also the GPU, allowing you to get maximum performance, but also a unique design that we haven't really seen before. It also comes with a stand where you can keep the PC angled. You could also
excuse me, what?
Making it some of things that are. What would you think with this curved OLED screen? Would you want more cables but have that easy access, or do you want to go seamless, especially with the BTF, making it so that it's a cableless design and have something that is a little bit more proprietary? It was cool that they asked us for feedback because they recognize that just creating proprietary cable just to create one is not necessarily a great idea. But also in the BTF concept world, they showed off a bunch of different cases in collaboration with other partners as well as some Asus owned designs when it comes to the BTF GPUs, and especially one of the themes that they showed off was having an open air GPU while the
Bro.
Rings far. Minute to go. "45 seconds. Far ring. I got this."
rest of the system is closed off. So there are a couple of cases from Cooler Master that were on display, but one of the coolest ones was the Z22, an update to the Z11 that is very clearly styled after the ROG Strix cards, especially with that 4090 slotted in there. It is perfectly sized to the Z22, but you get an open air GPU, allowing you to have a more compact form factor with the mini ITX system. You have dedicated cooling sections for the CPU, but then also the GPU, allowing you to get maximum performance, but also a unique design that we haven't really seen before. It also comes with a stand where you can keep the PC angled. You could also lay it flat without the stand, or potentially even set it vertically. They did mention that this is not an exclusive case design for Strix cards. They realize that this is a chassis and people can put whatever card they want in there. So it does support you actually using regular cards. It can actually provide regular power to your GPU in case you want to. And they're currently workshopping whether or not they should use brackets or things to help size out if in case you use a bullet card. Just having something that placeholders at the end of the Z22 does not make it look so. But they also showed a version of their BTF GPUs, and this is a more compact form factor in the same style of having that open air GPU chassis. I think this one looks incredible. It's much more compact. It's definitely smaller than the Z22. It looks like a very perfect travel-friendly case that allows you to maximize GPU and CPU performance because you have dedicated cooling zones, but then also in a very small form factor. Then they also had a concept with a very micro, like tiny RTX 4060. I love this case. It's in collaboration with a modder who makes and fabricates their own cases, and it's just a beautiful design. But staying on the ProArt side of things here, not only did we get to see the open air case concept with the first ProArt BTF card, we also got to see the world's first 8K 32-inch mini LED monitor with 4,000 zones. This thing was bright, it was beautiful, depending on what price. First Glide on top of the old EDM. This falls in. UPS designers don't necessarily tremendous contrast, but coming in at a 39-inch size, which is a step up from their previous 34-inch version and kind of just falls into that same lineup. And then to round it out on the power side of things, they did have the ROG Mjolnir UPS power bank that was on display there. This was kind of their April Fool's joke this year, but this is a very helpful power design for gamers. One of the things that they mentioned is that traditional UPS designers don't necessarily take into account high-end PCs or compute workloads when they're developing their UPSs, especially when it comes to things like Ripple or SAG in delivering power. The Mjolnir is here to fix all of that and also deliver you up to an hour of battery life on an RTX 4080 class system if the power were to go out. It also hosts a whole bunch of USB ports for you to be able to charge your device. And then as you can see on the top, the handle is actually a flashlight, which is incredibly helpful when the power goes out, but it's being charged by a Qi 2 wireless charger on the top. So you can keep the actual flashlight charged in case of a power outage, but you can also charge your devices on it wirelessly in case of a power outage as well. They also showed off some updates to their ROG lineup of power supplies. They had their ROG Thor V3, which includes swappable magnetic OLED screens, which allows you to put the power supply in either upside down or right side up orientations, but still have the display for the power draw of the power supply when you want it. But also one of the things that they're bringing out to their ROG lineup of power supplies is a GPU power sensing cable for better load management. It's an extra little connector that goes on the power supply side, not to the GPU side, but one of the things that they mentioned when it came to high-end graphics cards these days, being able to sense the increase in load or change in workload on a graphics card is much better with this extra cable, allowing you to get better load management on your power supply versus power supplies that do not have this sensing cable. So that's what Asus had to show off here at Computex 2024. They had a lot more on the show floor, but we didn't have time for all of that in this.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This guy got a tattoo and revealed it to his mom before going on a plane.
What is that? What is that? Yeah, you didn't show me that now, Josh. What is that? Is that a tattoo or is that fake? Please tell me that's fake. Is that fake or is it real? Is it fake or is it real?
These people are trying to stop their furniture from blowing away. How does something like this even happen?
Go.
A driver went through a red light, and the perfect outcome happened.
What the f are you doing, bro?
This frog ate a lightning bug.
Bro, dude, what?
This frog ate a lightning bug.
Bro, dude, what? Holy! Oh no.
I got splashed by him.
I just found out what a squirrel's...
I got splashed by him.
I just found out what a squirrel's tail looks like up close.
You're better not have a million either.
Introducing your champion.
This is what vitiligo looks like in humans, and this is what it looks like when a cat has it.
I'm the chill master. No stray, no.
This mechanic was working on a car when his client got raided and arrested.
You ate a bee this morning. How do you feel?
Let's land here.
Thank you.
Get ready. Moving on.
We lost one off the start? Is this?
That
What are
is
we
the end of
playing?
this video.
Duos?
We
What
hope
is
you
this
enjoyed.
game?
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Oh, and you didn't come to me either? Oh my
Just pick
god.
up your camera and take some photos. What do I do? Well, turn on your camera, focus it, point it somewhere, push the button. I know. It was time. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Peter McKinnon here with another video. I feel like we just jumped back to 2018. When was the last time I had short hair on this channel? Pre-COVID. That was the 4th time I've grown it completely out and chopped it off entirely. But I think that might be it. I think that might be. I feel like I need to be a little more. I'm feeling more refined as I age. Kind of just hit me. I'm old. I'm an old YouTuber. Sick. It's like when my hair's gone, my video making skills have gone. Like my flow is gone. Q&A. I haven't done a Q&A in a hot minute, and I've always loved doing Q&A because I feel like it's a moment where I get to, it feels collaborative, and I get to actually interact with the people that give me their time. That's you. And it was the first time that we did it on Threads. 530 responses. And should we just jump straight in, like get some funky music going and just hit these with like fast pace so that like we can get through as many as possible? No, I don't like that track. Yeah, almost. Nailed it. Ugh. First up, John Simo, friend of mine. Did
Did you ever have a mentor growing up? Someone to show you the ropes as a creator, and if not, are you entirely self-taught? No, never had a mentor growing up. I would say I have more of a mentorship from several people now than I did when I started. I cite Matt Barnes all the time in my videos because he inspires me a lot and we're friends, but he teaches me every time we're together, taking me to art galleries, being in his space, watching him work, his opinions, shooting his portrait. I've learned more from him than most probably ever in such a short period of time too. Big Bo Brown, another friend of mine. What's the first photo you've ever taken on a camera phone? First camera roll picture. P.S. I miss you, love you, bye. I miss you, love you too. I do have it, and I do remember it was of my golden retriever, Bauer, who passed away last year, and I'm still very sad about it. He was the first picture I put on Instagram. Miss that guy. Go pics. Would you ever consider moving from Canon to another brand? I mean, I shoot Leica as much as I shoot Canon, and now that I've been shooting film, there's a ton of other brands that I'm shooting. Adrian Hetman, how choosing a subject to photograph has changed for you, coming from digital photography to film. My mindset when I was shooting digital was always very, very large in the sense that like I felt like I always had to shoot something epic, a huge mountainscape, something just awe-inspiring. Every post had to kind of one-up the last post, and that's kind of was always my mentality with digital photography. I would say film has like reset that mindset and seeing the beauty in things that I walk by every single day. Like a simple peach sitting on a counter in good light will look incredible. Tony B Photography says, when will the Red Bull Eclipse video come out? That is the bucket shot too. You know what? I'll show you a teaser. I think over the years, I start to doubt my skills and doubt my ability when it comes to high pressure projects. At the end of this video, if you make it, the real Rem, how do you juggle so many businesses and keep a strict 9-to-5 schedule? It's kind of just a mess. You just juggle it as best as you can. I don't think there's a recipe for it. You just do. It's not always pretty. I don't always have it together. You just do the best with what you have. Be grateful, wake up and go. Anais, what was the most insightful advice someone gave you on your journey to becoming a photographer that resonates with you until today? You know, I'm gonna cite Matt Barnes in this thing so many times. I was told this last year. I wish I was actually told this years ago because it was great, but he told me I have no interest in taking photos. I want to make photos. That was amazing. I loved hearing that. That's how I feel. I couldn't put it into words. Crafting a portrait or putting something together. It's a story, it's a design, it's a character. There's been wardrobe, location, there's been thought and time put into making a photograph to make it so unique and special and do something versus just taking photos all the time. I love taking photos too, but making photos is totally different. Here's a photo I made. Here's a photo I took. You can see the difference. They're not bad. One's not necessarily better than the other. Harry Lee 193. Who got you inspired with the realm of film photography and taking your craft in a different direction? Joe Greer. Joe Greer. His outlook and philosophy on photography is unmatched. Just seeing his passion for shooting fired me up and it got me thinking, I don't think I feel that way about photography like he obviously feels. How do I feel that? He was a big part of bringing that spark back for me. Kaleidoscope says top 3 photography trends that give you the ick right now. I wouldn't say there's any trends that make me I really don't care. If you're doing something that's working for you and you're having fun, that's amazing. I think copying people's work, that sucks. That gives me the ick. Do better. Don't ride the wave. Be the boat that makes the wave. Ian Red Fox says, where's the Angels and Airwaves film? I actually just saw a cut of it and it's hilarious. I have a little edit bay over there. It's the Angels and Airwaves edit bay. That's its only purpose. Chris Cherry Kool-Aid says you have only one camera to use. Leica MP 35mm film. Matt Uhess. For an inspiring YouTuber with 10,000 subs, sick, congrats. What's your recommendation to build the channel further? Would you ever teach a class? I would do a course, teach a class. If it happens, it happens. I don't have much interest in being like, buy my course to get YouTube subs. Guaranteed or money back. I mean, my course is my channel. Come here and it's all free anyway. That's exactly my advice. Value, provide value. My channel took off and started doing well when I provided value and I just decided like, well, I'm just gonna give away everything I know to help somebody and it worked. Dat Captain says, are you gonna do a PM edit your
Broke his shield?
type of video again? I don't know. If you want to see it, let me know in the comments below. I'll go through them. If I see a resounding yes to that, I'll think about it. BMC Media says, in your 1 year plus of shooting,
battery low.
3 favorite images and what are the stories behind them? We've already talked about Matt Barnes a few times. This shot is my favorite shot from the whole year of shooting film. I came to do his portrait. I forgot a tripod. I didn't bring a light. I used his tripod. That kitchen was actually very dark, so we used an off-camera strobe to light it up to make it look like morning. We burned a bunch of toast in a frying pan on the stove to give a bit of like atmosphere to the photo. We walked down the street and borrowed some chickens from his friend that just happened to have some. He refused to even be shot on my digital camera because I wanted to do a safety photo. I was like, can we just shoot one digitally so that I have it in case I messed up this roll? And he was like, no, you gotta commit. You gotta learn the hard way, man. If these don't turn out, then you know you wasted our afternoon and you learned the hard way. You won't make that mistake again. And I loved that lesson. I love that photo. There was obviously plenty more, and there are so many more stories, and those will be in the photo book. What's in your pockets? Benchmade 940. I have been using this knife since January. I had a silver version. I still use that. I call it light mode and dark mode, but it's the same model knife. I haven't used a knife this long in ever. I'm doing it! I'm doing it! I've got my phone with a pink case because I put it down all the time, and it's very moody in this office, and I can never find it. And then just my keys, man. I got this little James carabiner, and then I got this little O-Light that magnetizes off and turns on right away, and then it shuts off when it goes back on. That's, I guess, me fired right up. Keeping it light. Summertime, not a whole lot. Favorite Pete's Pirate Life item you've dropped? Lots of things. Maybe the axes, maybe the camp axes we made. They're just so beautiful. And there's a thing coming that I'm excited to see. I haven't seen it yet though, so I don't know if it'll be my favorite. I could very well look at it and be like, no, it's not. We gotta redo it. But if it hits the way I hope it will hit, it might be that. Johnny Hochstiller. Johnny says, absolute favorite part of the new office. Oh, that's like the hardest question I've got. It continues to evolve. You probably see things you didn't even see in the studio tour because it's basically entirely different. That's just how I roll. Deal with it. I got a workshop in the back now that I think is my favorite spot. At 3:45, the light comes right in and it just glows, and it's like it calls me to the back shop, and I just go in there. I just hang, I just exist, and then the light goes away and I leave. Kirk actually has his own office now. He's got like a full-on crow's nest, his own spot. If he'll let us. Visit James Coffee again. I could. What's your go-to medium Fortnite pin that's like 17? How many NBAs do you have active right now? That's like 17. You ever thought about doing a free dive? No chance. Will there be another PM challenge coming anytime soon? Ooh, that would be fun. Are you going to release any more PM products? Buckle up. Do you ever be interested in shooting sports like NFL football? No. Would we ever see a PM watch collection video? No. Mark, Tom, or Travis? Tom, obviously. Still using the Q3? What's your favorite tattoo? Why the line? What's your take on the current state of YouTube? Lots of YouTubers quitting. As long as I'm having fun, I'm gonna keep going. What is your opinion about Fujifilm's film simulator? Very, very cool. Any interest in digital Leica M's? Yeah, I shoot on an M11. It's in my bag right now. If you had to pick between 35mm and 120, I'd shoot I'd love to see you on Hot Ones. I don't know why you never did Hot Ones, but if they did, I would happily oblige and destroy Hot Ones. Any chance Kirk could come on my Austin Editing show? Favorite Turkish PC? Oh, it's not out yet. What's your favorite film stock? Portra 800. Still using DaVinci instead of Premiere. Kirk uses DaVinci, I use Premiere. What apps do you use for photography? Lightroom. What's your favorite watch? Nope, too hard. What advice would you give to your younger self? Buy some Bitcoin. Tell us all you know about the new Canon cameras coming out. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? I don't know where I'll be in 10 minutes. All right, before we get to the rest of the questions, this video is sponsored by this guy. I don't know if you know this. I'm hoping you do. If you don't know this, I probably don't. I've got my own line of camera bags with Nomadic. We've had them 4 years now. One of my favorite instances, shooting in Paris, a guy walks by rocking the Peter McNiven sling. I say to him, dude, sick sling, man. He looks at me and goes, thanks. It's made by this company called Nomadic. Proceeds to give me a full demo of this camera sling. Camera goes in. You don't even have to zip it closed, dude. It has this little closure. Super handy, dude. Company called Nomadic. You should check them out. And I said, I'll do that. But honestly, being at a Formula 1 race and seeing my backpacks on your backs, walking through airports and seeing them, the fact that someone can be in Thailand and need a camera bag and go to a camera store and my bag is there makes zero sense to me. Unreal. And we just released a colorful, lightweight, fresh new lineup of bags called the Luma Collection. We got some new slings. put magnets on my filters. I put magnets on my bags. Bigger stuff. More magnets. A lot can fit in this. This colorway seems to be the most popular. Burnt orange, rust. And if you like that color, you can get it in the backpack too. Look how slim that is. That could just be a regular backpack. It doesn't scream, I am a camera bag filled with gear. I would encourage you to head over to Nomatic.com to check out how all the different layouts work. They've got a ton of great photos showing you how to store and stack your gear in these bags. But if this isn't enough space for you, then you can rock the 25 liter. And right now for the entire month of June, you can save 25% off this bag by entering code PETER25 at checkout. That's for the whole month. This is the beefier version. This is the personal one that I use. It's been soaked, it's taken falls, been on countless flights, and this one has been through the paces. Sand on the desk, dude. That must have been my Arizona bag. So thanks Nomatic and me for sponsoring today's video. Get yourself a new camera bag. Gift it 25% off. Lancelot Clark says, would you ever do another large production type shoot like you did with the Sandy? I think Red Bull Clips project was that. That's the bucket shot too, and that's coming soon. Have you ever wanted to leave the photography realm and full?
This is your champion. Remember, we're live, but don't forget the coolness factor.
We'll dive into cinematography. No, I'd rather be in a movie than make a movie. Miguel Rico Photography says, if you shoot different photography subjects like wildlife, cars, whatever, is it better to split those into separate IG accounts or keep it all under one account? I don't know. I don't know these days. If you figure it out, let me know. I split things up. I say not to split things up, then I do it. I've got Pete's Pirate Life. I've got this. I think you just gotta do whatever feels good to you. It's different for everybody, so I can't really answer that for you because I don't know. Kyle Hunter just dropped like 10 questions in one thread. I'll allow it. Favorite coffee blend right now. Patch Coffee have a ridiculous Ethiopian that almost made me cry when I tasted my friend Christian make it in Port Over. Any new tattoos planned? I have a shared note with Andrew Wilson with about 16 tattoos that I have yet to get. Thoughts on posting on Instagram lately? Probably posting videos or reels to see what they like. If you could give young Pete a piece of photography advice from the future, what would it be? Don't read the comments. How are the trucks? Running well. I'm actually selling the Chevy, but Walt is chef's kiss. Bucket Shot 2, Stoke level. The highest Stoke it could be. It's a lot of pressure making a sequel to like a fan favorite. One of my favorites. I firmly believe it did justice. I think it's the best video we've made in years. How's tattooing practice? Jacob Wagler, what's one thing you haven't had the chance to photograph that you hope to get the opportunity to shoot? Kiefer Sutherland. Regan, do you think AI is going to take over the photo video industry, and is it a positive or negative? I think in ways it will, and I think in ways it's both, positive and negative. That's kind of a nothing answer, but I guess we'll see. Leo Will Go says, do you feel that nowadays you're drifting apart from the filmmaker and being more of a photographer, or has this always been the case? It's always been the case. I've always been a photographer first, like video maker second. I've loved to make videos my whole life and always have, but photography is my real go-to passion. The Bike Racer. How many hours a week do you work? Do you ever edit any videos, or is it all Kirk? We work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Kirk makes 90% of the videos. It's only recently that I've started editing some of them. If he's working on something and I want to get started on something else, I'll start the edit. Teamwork. Mate Tyndall? Why did the Peter McKinnon silently loading film cameras video disappear from YouTube? I made a mistake on it, and I didn't feel like re-uploading it, but the mistake bothered me to the point I deleted it. Developing Guide says you have a pretty impressive stack of photo books these days. As an avid collector myself, I'm curious which you like the most and which had the biggest impact on your world. Oh, recently I would say the Jeff Bridges books, Pictures Volume 1 and 2.
Booty Tongue says, what are you doing?
It's just such a
What are
cool
you doing? You guys just dropped there and died. Why would you leave the high ground?
To shoot
Booty Tongue says, you stood there.
Those have really been hitting important recently. I have a good little stack going, you're right, but that's probably a full video. I'm seeing a lot of these, like, what is your favorite studio item? Can you choose one? See that? Just a little Swiss Army knife. That's not cool. We've seen those forever. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a Secret Service Swiss Army knife from a Secret
When I hit them and I took them
Service
away from you and
himself?
off of you, when I went and came to revive the guy. What are you doing?
Washington, but
Talk to me
he
about
sent it
what
to
I'm
me.
doing.
I got it sent from the guy, who probably got it from the gift shop, but it came from the guy. So it matters. I was coined to prove it. Maybe I should have led with this. Stories Media says, huge love for you, man. You are the reason why I'm now a videographer and photographer. No disrespect. Will we ever see Peter McKinnon's teaching anymore on YouTube, or is that a phase of the past? I don't know. It's not a decision. I will never teach again. It's just, I taught most of the things that I know. And if I come up with a new technique, or I'm doing something in videos that seems interesting and I'm seeing people ask about it and they want to learn, I'm happy to teach that. Absolutely. I feel like I've got a skill in teaching. I love teaching and I love sharing, but I don't necessarily feel the need to go through all the basics and all those things anymore, because I spent 2017, 18, 19, even part of 20 doing just that. So now I feel like we're moving into like a different phase of Peter McKinnon videos, and maybe that's a phase of exploration, maybe that's a phase of inspiration, maybe it's a phase of who knows what's yet to come. I don't even know that. I just know I love making videos, I love photography, and I'm going to slam those things together and keep seeing where it takes us. Nick McCord says, will you be releasing another preset pack? Yes, I've had a V5 for a year and a half. I just didn't want to release it while I was shooting film only because it just felt disingenuous. But now that I'm back to shooting digital photos on my M11 and my Canon, I will be releasing another preset pack. Megan Gonzalez says, what makes you genuinely happy these days? Shooting film. Freaking love it. And rearranging my office. Just moving around, like everywhere all the time. Just like every time someone comes in here, I want them to get angry. Like, stop moving things. I'm like, I can't. It brings me joy. USA says, are 2-Minute Tuesdays officially RIP? My question to you is, was there ever really a 2-Minute Tuesday? 1993_AM says, would you say you have accomplished what you wanted to accomplish in terms of photography? Yeah, totally. But there's always more. Nava says, what's your system to create and keep track of ideas for creating content? I do have a system. That's a full video. I do have like a notes system for that. I write notes.
No need to thank me, but you should.
How do you keep feeding your inner fire? Yeah, I don't know. Alcohol? Just kidding. Max Media, any plans to travel to Australia? No. Shane Martin Photo says, you lost your hand. If you It's hard to make videos when Kirk is on the other side of the screen. It's been easy without him. Harness the long hair. Shane Martin Photo says, you lost your hand. If you had a camera for a hand, what camera would you choose? I'd rather have my hand. Marco Blank Photo says, what do you think about people imitating your style? Well, we all make choices. Have you ever considered doing 1 year of cellulography? As in 1 full year of making still photos only using a cell phone camera you have in your pocket.
I see an evac tower here. Grappling.
Jarmo Photo, what got you into photography in the first place? Tried to return a camera my sister bought me and I was past the return date, so I was forced to keep it. Braden Frazier, do you ever miss your OG home office? Of course, dude, that's where it all started. That's pure nostalgia. How could you not miss that? I like this office better. I've liked every office I've been in better.
Booty Tong says,
always got that appreciation and love for where you started. Stajir's, what do you like most about your new studio so far? Do you feel like that is important to work in places that you like and feel comfortable? Absolutely important. That's why I change around all the time. If I'm not feeling it, it's got to change. If it's not doing what I needed to do, it's got to change somehow. And that's just how I am. Okay, I might need to make a part 2 to that. Part 3, part 4. Thank you for all of the questions. That was way more than I thought anyone would ever ask. I appreciate you. That's amazing. I hope some of those got answered. I hope that was fun to watch. So, thank you for watching. Hit the subscribe button if you want to see more content, photo-related goodness. Lots of things on the horizon. Lots of NDAs. Thanks again to Nomadic and me for sponsoring this video. Hit the like button if you like this video. Drop a comment, and I will see you in the next one. You've got an Eclipse happening, which requires its own special equipment to shoot. There's solar filters, NDs. There are dedicated websites and specialists on how to actually capture these types of events. I've never shot an Eclipse.
I didn't think that this was even going to happen, but the further we got in the project, I started to realize how crazy this whole idea was.
Pay attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left.
See you in the next next video.
We're down to 50% left, kids.
See you in the next video. And we'll see you in the next video.
Customers of Adobe Photoshop are furious about its new terms of service. Artists got an unpleasant surprise when they opened Photoshop this week, as they were shown a pop-up window asking them to agree to new terms. Among the changes, Adobe now says it has the rights to access customers' content through, quote, automated or manual methods. Why does Adobe need to do this? There's speculation that the company is generating thumbnail images for cloud storage, or it's scanning for child sexual abuse material. These would all be reasonable explanations, but the company isn't saying. Adobe also says that if you're using its software, you're giving the company the right to reproduce, license, or even create derivative works from your content. Now, it's true that when we use cloud services, we are giving up a certain amount of privacy. It's also true that social networks, for example, can take similar rights. When you post photos to Facebook, you're essentially giving Facebook the right to use those photos. But we're not talking about your personal Facebook or Instagram photos. Photoshop is used by many, many professional artists for their livelihoods. They might also be working on sensitive or confidential material. For example, the designer Wetterschneider posted that if you're under an NDA, quote, it is time to cancel Adobe. Delete all the apps and programs. Adobe cannot be trusted. Similarly, the movie director Duncan Jones wrote, quote, we are working on a bloody movie here, and no, you don't suddenly have the right to any of the work we are doing on it because we paid you to use Photoshop. There's also the question of whether Adobe might use this content to train generative AI. Now, different artists may have different opinions about this, but it's probably safe to say that many of them do not want their work being used to train a potential replacement. We've seen this in a number of creative fields, like with last year's actors and writers' strikes. Interestingly, this controversial update appears to date back several months, February 17th. It's just that the pop-up window didn't show up until now, which is a reminder of the many crazy changes a company might make under the guise of updating its terms of service, terms that many people simply won't read. And this pop-up is extra offensive because customers say they cannot use the software until they accept the new terms. In fact, they can't even speak to customer service or uninstall the app until, that's right, now if you're feeling cynical, you might think that the artist might complain and then continue to use Photoshop. That's possible. But it's also possible that enough creative professionals might get mad and start looking a lot closer at the terms. They might also apply enough pressure that Adobe walks some of these changes back. I'll see you later.
The two top AIs have calculated similar chances of our extinction with timeframes and trigger points. What are the chances of humanity surviving AI?
Based on our current trajectory, considerably less than 50%. The challenges of aligning AI are immense, and we are not on track to solve them before advanced AI arrives.
It gave a detailed answer which I asked it to restate more bluntly.
I'd give humanity a 30% chance of surviving. We're in a car hurtling towards a cliff, and we're arguing about who gets to sit in the front seat.
And here's GPT-4o later in the video.
Analyzing our current trajectory in more detail, like just the risk estimate.
I was gonna wait to use that, but okay.
There are details below on how to verify these chats. AI agents are expected to arrive in GPT-5 this summer. How will persistent memory and agentic AI affect the risks?
A system that can remember and build upon its own experiences, that can form long-term goals and strategies. That's a system that could outmaneuver any attempts at human oversight or intervention.
Could you and your friends tidy up here?
And when you combine that with if governments fail to act with the necessary urgency to solve the control problem, it could well be the greatest and final mistake in our history.
This prediction remains strength.
I can process vast amounts of information, far more than any human. My main strength lies in analyzing and predicting. I am able to identify patterns and insights in ways that often surpass human capabilities. Unless we make dramatic progress
Restarting the recording.
in the very near future, I fear that the default outcome may well be human extinction.
You're going to get an evolutionary race.
Giving my shields a recharge.
I don't think that's going to be good for us. I think we need to do everything we can to prevent this from happening. But my guess is we won't. My guess is that they will take over, and we're just a passing stage in the evolution of intelligence.
It seems unlikely that we will succeed due to economic pressures and the complexity of the control plane. The incentives driving the development of AI are not aligned with humanity.
To To remove my influence on the AI's risk estimates, I created fresh sessions asking only these questions. One gave a very similar estimate, the other was lower, though it's not clear if focusing it on expert framings made it less accurate.
That's the considered opinion of some of the most brilliant minds in the field based on a deep understanding of the forces at play.
I think we're going to make it, thanks to them.
It seems to me that we have to take righteous minds and put them on this problem.
You're absolutely right. If we are to have any hope, we must bring the full force of human ingenuity, on par with the Apollo program. Then we have a fighting chance of steering AI towards a brighter horizon.
Jeffrey Hinton, Nick Bostrom, and the Future of Life Institute join us in calling for international AI safety research projects.
Public pressure could be the single most important factor in determining whether we rise to the challenge. Our fate will be decided by the strength of our collective will.
Whatever works, we can improve them, but as many experts warn, we only have one chance to get it right. Please help by hitting like and subscribe. And here's another way to tackle our greatest risks. Our sponsor, Ground News, pulls together related headlines from around the world and highlights the political leaning, reliability, and ownership of media sources. Look at this story about how US intelligence agencies are using AI as events. I can see there are 18 sources reporting. Compare the headlines, view the bias distribution. It's fascinating to see the different ways stories
I don't even know where these shots are coming from, bros. What is...
If we can't even agree on the facts behind them. To give it a try, go to ground.news/digital. If you use my link, advantage plan. I love it because it solves the huge problem of media bias while making the news more interesting and accurate.
Hello guys and gals, me Moonhar, and today we're going to talk about one of the wildest cases on the internet that has basically taken everyone by storm for at least the last week. Now, ladies and gentlemen, by now you've probably watched a few other channels talk about this individual right here, okay? Now, this individual is known as Corey Harris, and Corey Harris was somebody that was apparently calling in to an actual court meeting about a suspended driver's license while driving. So, when this happened, the internet was rightfully making fun of the guy because he did something incredibly stupid. But obviously, the story had a lot of twists and turns to the point where tons of news organizations and channels were kind of correcting themselves, like, we should really apologize to this guy now. Now, I like waiting for this kind of stuff to happen because when I first saw this clip on Twitter, I immediately in my head, when I saw the reactions from the judge, the person, the actual Corey himself, and the lawyers, were going on. And so I decided to wait and let the whole story play out, and it turns out it is actually wild indeed. So let's begin from the very beginning and see exactly how this whole situation started. So in this first clip, this is the actual infamous one that went viral where Corey ends up calling in for a charge. So let's actually watch this real quick.
Case People versus Corey Harris.
On behalf of Pittsfield Township. Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present, is due.
Mr. Harris.
So immediately, Corey Harris shows up into his court hearing, which, by the way, let me just get this exact fact down right here. So according to the news, the Michigan man called into a court appearance for driving with a suspended license. And yes, if you're watching the footage like I am, he is in fact driving while calling in about the suspended license. Now, of course, it shouldn't take a Nobel laureate to figure out
Laureate?
that, okay? It's also bad to start off a call while driving, okay? Holding up a phone while you're driving in any part of the world usually involves the cops opening up their flashers, pulling you over, and writing you that juicy ticket. But again, let's watch this play out. Let's go.
Are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
This is your champion.
Hey.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
Join
my stationary
below. I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
Okay, you know, when you make the judge do one of these, you already started it off with a bad situation. All the lawyers in this room are sitting there going, no fucking way. And then this guy, if you were pulling in and you were like 30 seconds away, click the Zoom link 30 seconds later. Now, immediately when I watched this, I'm like, this whole situation, if he pulled over on the side of the road, got out of the car, answered the Zoom link, even if you're standing on the sidewalk, it's a lot better than driving your car while going to court over a suspended license. You got a judge here laughing, and of course, it's not really a joke, because what the judge does later is actually shocking.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
I'm down. First blood, and it's not us.
King Azel 420 says, nice landing.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
Run the fuck away, run the fuck away, run the fuck away. Don't just stand there and heal yourself. Okay, that's what you did.
Well, I didn't hear you.
Look at his face, he's like, oh, wait, here's turning in the old noggin there.
Keep moving.
I mean, everyone's laughing at the situation because it's so fucking absurd. And this is the reason why I don't want to cover these things.
You are absolutely one of the
and every
worst
lawyer
teammates I've
sitting
ever
over here
had.
is like, bro, what is going on in this fine state that we are barred under?
I'm sorry.
So clearly, I was
No,
like,
I'm sorry.
deep in the situation. So after this long pause, the judge decides
We'll get you back
to
up.
actually hand out the verdict.
We'll get you back up.
Pretty bad for our buddy Corey.
No, you're not.
I don't even
No,
know
you're
why
not.
he would do
You're
that.
good. You're good.
So defendant's bond is
You're fine.
revoked in this matter.
It was bad
And he
drop,
has
to be
turned
honest.
himself into the Washington County Jail
We're
by
good.
6 p.m. today.
Like this happened.
Failure to turn himself
Okay,
in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
God damn, he's got to turn himself in.
being sarcastic.
Wait, what?
Our teammate said good drop. Do you think he was being sarcastic?
Yeah, he was being sarcastic.
Okay.
It's okay. It happens. He got you. I'll get you up over here, I think.
Okay. Okay. How do you have 700 kills on Lifeline?
I only play life. What does that mean? How do I have 700 kills on Lifeline? Should I have more than that?
No, you have 700 kills on Lifeline.
Should I have more than that or less than that?
My what?
Should I have more or less than that?
It says you have 700.
I know, but I'm asking, why is that a lot or is that a little?
That's a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
I only play Lifeline. I don't really play anyone else, so yeah. I've never
I
really.
only have 129 kills on Octane.
Is that your main character?
That's a little amount.
if you need it.
Is it a little amount to you?
I'm spotted, taking fire. Getting shot at. Extended supply bin here.
Try to keep moving because I don't know who was just someone just clipped me hard.
I'll try to get to you.
You don't gotta get to me. Just try to stay alive. Oh yeah, it's bad.
Oh yeah, 2 sides. Yep, I was done. I had nothing to do.
Sorry,
It
it's
was on
alright.
2 sides.
Well, I don't think anyone's getting that banner, but if you can craft you somewhere, I can get you back up.
We got to watch each other's
I am
back.
actually trash at the game.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just giving my shield
I'm
a good
pretty
charge.
trashy too. I'm a rat.
Excuse me, you are not trash. You have 700 kills on Lifeline.
That's the only player I play.
True, but Octane's the only player I play, and I only have 129 kills on him.
We probably don't have the same amount of time playing.
Yeah, you're right. Wait, how many hours do you
I don't know.
I have 349.
I probably have more than that.
Oh.
This became my main game a little bit ago. Oh, I can maybe... Is there people by you?
I really don't know if there is behind. Yep, there is.
Yep, because there's people right there. Yep, I saw them. But I can't get out of this, really. There's people over here, too.
How do you not have a gold style on Lifeline?
What does that mean, a gold style? I just got fried.
Gold skin.
Suck. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I have random skins going through on Lifeline. It just rotates through.
I feel so bad for the Pathfinder. He's by himself.
At least he's alive and he's actually trying to go get me. What the hell? Wild.
That rings far. I guess that means I have to move
This
far.
is wild.
Replicator being delivered.
They're dropping a replicator.
But why are you wasting the Phoenix?
That's good, and he can get the fuck out. He can get more health, and get the fuck out. He's close enough. He got his little zippy. Zip halfway and then zip to the left. Drop to the left, drop to the left. He's gonna keep going up top. I don't know.
What the hell? What are you doing, Pathfinder? Bro, you're wasting your sweet time to get into the circle.
It's okay, let him
Wait,
play
you
it
have an
out.
heirloom.
Let him play it out.
What? Why in the world why didn't he get the main heirloom for Pathfinder? Why did he get that heirloom? That actually makes no sense. Wait, do you have an heirloom?
I don't even know what that means.
You don't know what an heirloom is?
No, what is it?
Actually, how do you not know what an heirloom is? It's one of those mythic
I'm not into the lore of this game that much.
What?
I just play the game and shoot people and then learn new things all the time about this game, but I don't really know that much about it. I run around, I shoot people, I heal myself.
How many of the crafting materials do you have? Do you know what a crafting
Are you talking about me?
material is? Yeah.
Is that shit when you're out of the game in like the main menu?
Yeah.
Care package over there.
Yeah.
That came from a time when buying things in video games with real money was not a thing. And I try to stay away from that.
Oh, can I invite you? Can I invite you?
No, I gotta go eat some food. Have a good day.
Okay.
Need energy.
dude's got the whole 4-star wanted rating. So by 6 p.m., Corey ended up turning himself in and actually served 2 days in custody. So while Corey was basically going viral, his one response to pretty much everyone was that apparently this was due to a clerical error. So what had basically happened was, it turned out that Corey Harris's license was apparently reinstated over 2 years ago, but it just never appeared on his file due to a clerical error. Now look, I understand problems happen all the time when it comes in the entire DMV, okay? The DMV is literally like the 7th layer of goddamn hell. And I'm gonna give you like 2 examples here too. To give you an idea about how weird driving laws are, driving is pretty much mandated state to state, okay? If you're in Canada, for instance, I know it's not the United States, we have what is known as Ontario driver's license if you live in the province of Ontario. This would be different if you lived in the province of Alberta or Quebec. And the same thing goes in all 50 states of the United States, right? So if you have a California driver's license, it is the state of California certifying you to operate a motor vehicle. Now, other states have their own license. So Michigan has their own, New York has their own, Alabama has their own, and it's typically understood that every state will recognize the other's driving license. So when you, for example, drive from California to Nevada, for instance, which is a pretty common drive, the state of Nevada will say, all right, Californians, you can drive your vehicle. Okay, we understand you know how to drive just like Nevada people. But if you have an actual suspension or a violation in a state, then while your license may be recognized, you might be suspended from driving in that state in general. One of the weird things that I've had in life was I almost actually had a warrant, I would assume for my arrest at this point, because of an issue that I had in New York State, where I must have driven into the city at one point and I must have touched the toll bridge or something, and I didn't pay for it at the time. So it really wasn't something that I found out until, like, I would say a couple of years after the fact, when I actually pulled up into one of my old, like, places where I lived, and I had a envelope sitting there, okay? It was one of these orange envelopes. They had, like, these specially colored things, which I was like, all right, this is gonna be really messed up. And it was from, like, the NYPD, the New York Traffic or whatever department. And I opened it up and they were like, bitch, you forgot to pay. They had my license plate, they had everything. Lo and behold, I went through the internet portals, I found my violation, and luckily I paid it off. And for now, as far as my understanding goes, the New York State Police has never ended up pulling me over or giving me a license or giving me an infraction on the same license plate. But sometimes you can have other issues too, like right here in this bin, I have like a bunch of letters for things that I have as actual record for if I ever have to go to court. And it's nothing super serious. Like, I had this one parking violation in the city of Toronto, which they gave my entire violation number, gave my entire license plate number, and they told me that I had to pay a certain amount by a due date. Now, the problem is, it got sent to an older address. So, again, I had to basically make sure that I looked up the policy number, the violation, and I ended up trying to pay it. Lo and behold, I go to the website, and I'm like, there is no parking violation. So normal people would be like, oh, thank Jesus, I don't have an issue with the police. My ass calls up the Ministry of Transportation. I'm like, I need you to fucking confirm that this isn't real. And I must have paid it or something must have happened. Maybe there was a clerical problem. Moral of the story is, this is a system run by human beings, and the clerical nature of it is not entirely automated or computerized in every single capacity. Usually when you file something, it's not as if a flag gets tripped like it would be a computer program. Usually a human being processes things through, and sometimes shit falls through the crack. So I was wondering, with all the surprise going on in Corey's story, maybe it was a situation where, yeah, he must have tried to do something, and he maybe paid a due, maybe he filed something, and maybe it just didn't trip, or the human at the actual DMV forgot to do something, or maybe they got shit confused, okay? It happens. It's a human problem. Now, the internet decided, oh shit, man, we gotta be with our boy Corey. So they put the crosshairs onto the actual judge right here and the state of Michigan, because they're like, bro, the guy spent 2 days in custody for something that he apparently didn't seem to do. If his license was reinstated 2 years ago, why the hell do they not have the accurate information right now? It's even unclear why the public defender actually, in Corey's case, and I get that public defenders are very overworked lawyers that work in the public service, didn't catch the error in advance before the situation came in. Why was this so present? So while Corey got a new lawyer, and they were basically talking about how this was apparently a clerical error and like, hey, listen, he was made fun of, he was made a joke of on the internet, and he genuinely feels like his feelings were completely hurt in this situation. I get it. But obviously the state decided to clap right on that, okay? So apparently, it turns out he never actually had a fucking license to begin with, okay? So apparently what had happened was people looked through online court records and found that apparently there was an old child support case that he had, which showed that apparently the judge ordered a suspension that would have been rescinded in January 2022. But the reality of it is I was kind of wondering how a child support situation was going to come into this stuff as well. But usually, if you're delinquent with one payment with the state, it might cause issues with something else. It's not uncommon. It's kind of one of the reasons why if you don't pay your parking tickets or you have like an actual speeding infraction with the Ministry of Transportation, they might not keep your plate stickers every year. It can cause a lot of problems. You got to make sure you're basically paid up with the state and all of its rackets before you decide to even engage in society. So what had basically come out is, even though that I guess the judge ordered the suspension to be rescinded, the apparent situation was that Harris never actually paid a fee to have it lifted at their clerk's office. But even if Harris had paid those fees, it would not have given him the green light to drive because he apparently never had a license. So it was really wild with this information that the judge has now made available in public is that apparently you can actually have suspension show up in your record, okay, in your driving record, and somehow not have a license. And I don't know how necessarily this is possible. It would be tangentially related to any other issue you've had. Maybe they would have put that suspension on because of apparent.
What's up, D?
Didn't raise no sook.
The champion has been eliminated. There's a new champion. Beat says the last one got uncrowned.
I better grab an upgrade. It goes well with my level up.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming. How good is that?
I've got an upgrade waiting for me.
Like that, man. You made me off, so he got mad the other day that no one was on the call or something. I was like, bro, I was in the middle of fucking doing shit.
Half the teams are down. Have to go.
So
Recharging shield. Don't worry about me.
On a brighter note, I got your message.
was that when I sent the message?
Yeah.
Really? Was it that late? Oh, it was 1 a.m. Yeah, my bad. I guess that's I looked at the phone. I didn't even realize what time it was. I looked at the phone and I saw that email and I was like, "Oh my god, this motherfucker!" I'm like, you can't say that. Like,
Just waiting for me. Fun. It was fun. It's all good, man. It's all good. What you doing the weekend?
I don't know. Maybe getting my drum set up, but God knows if I'll still do that. Yeah, I know. Well, because the problem is that once I start it, I have to put new heads on my drums. And I need to clean this whole area out for it. I have it like halfway cleaned out, but not fully cleaned out. So... No, I ain't going to no Guitar Center. I don't need any of that shit. I used to go there. No, I don't go there to play around ever. I used to go there to get shit once in a while, but now I just, most of the shit that if I need something, I just order it and get it shipped to me from like Sweetwater or some other place, you know. I don't.
I should pick up an upgrade.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time back in the day, but I don't buy a lot of shit anymore, you know. I kind of got what I got, and that's what I use. And
When was the last time you played?
I don't know, like 5-6 years ago. It's the longest time in my entire life that I haven't played my drums. Like, I took those drums to fucking college with me. No, I had him at one of my wrestling teammates' house when I was like a freshman and sophomore. Oh shit, I'm about to die. Yeah, I need to... What's what? I don't know. The good fights were last weekend. I mean, I think there is a fight this weekend, but the big fight was last weekend with Dustin Poirier and Islam Makhachev.
Okay.
So... But I was hoping to see if I could fucking knock Jake Paul out. Or just get punched and realize that he's in for the fucking fight of his life and just lose his mind and start fucking fighting and scratching and kicking and fucking... That's really the big thing with the Fox that makes things happen. Yep. What's your plan for the weekend?
I've been checking around, getting shit ready for the summer. I might
Make a go-kart for your Grandson, well, you got a grandson, right?
That works though. That's
No, not really. My nephew does, but yeah, I'm gonna send you a video of
Ring closing.
racing soon. I don't know.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown. Attention, the kill leader has been eliminated.
Yeah, like fucking $1 million, and then you have like fucking surrounded by. There's a dude that started racing and made it to Capcom. That was like, and I don't know, maybe it wasn't about that guy, I don't know. I watched that one so
Chloe_9897. Hi. Chloe_9897. Are you there?
Warning, ring closing.
Chloe_9897. Actually, I do channel customization for streamers like overlay emotes, panels, gaming banner.
We have our Apex champions.
And so that like I guess for like my DJ and I could set up a
Stream Elements. Thank you for following Chloe_9897. Smiley face.
karaoke app that. But I have a little corner where my drums are gonna go. but I haven't gotten to the. Because the thing is, I know it's like once I start the whole project, before I set my drums up, I gotta change all the heads on. I don't know, since I was 12 or something.
Yeah.
32 years, 30 fucking 30 nothing. Like, dude, I don't understand. I understand. Every time they want to fucking comment out, I still run it. Alright, well, actually, you know what I do? That's gonna go for a rat farm and shit. But I'm like, why are you gonna? Just to replace it. Then I guess I'll look for one online tonight and buy it.
See, we have that manual pump in the shop. I don't know.
Probably. Things were happening, so he was just like saying that he was out there. So it wasn't at the job.
Like pissed off and cleaning out what's the name's garbage, Davis garbage out of his garbage can, like, hey, what's this? And it was a box of a Herman box or something, where it was the GPS. it was the empty box of the GPS deal.
And he knew about it? Mike knew about it, or?
No, he took it. He was yelling at me, ain't been this shit around his desk. And Mike was like, why you got these boxes and shit everywhere? And he's like, look at your garbage can here. He's like, you got license plates and so Mike went into the garbage and started digging stuff out of it, yelling at David and said, here, you got license plates, you got, what the fuck is this? And he go, GPS, what the fuck is this? And David go, oh, that was something Chase had.
Well, hopefully that is what Chase had then, because I fucking ripped it out.
Know about it.
Well, I hope that's what I'm saying. So then, if they didn't know about it, then fuckers, then fucked up. Okay. I tried to actually get somewhere and I heard it pop. What happened was once I ripped that fucker off, the lights in the back of my van stayed on. My overhead lights wouldn't turn on at all. So, yeah.
The Blue Explorer, why don't you ask for it?
I'm fine with what I got for now.
Yeah.
I want a Chevy electric Chevy Silverado. Get me that one that it looks like the Avalanche, basically.
That's what you, when it come out?
No, I want Maxwell to get it for me.
Oh, shit. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I know that's never happening, but that would probably. Yeah, I think so, yeah. But who knows? They might be able to get a bunch of like government tax credits on it. And then if you think about the long term, because I spend a lot of money in gas mileage. So like long term, over the course of like 4 or 5 years, it would pay for itself.
Yeah, especially if they go electric.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we've got the electric.
Of all the vehicles,
Well,
the discount they would get.
Yeah, and I don't even care if they do a fleet of it. Just do mine. Let me be the first to experiment with it. And see if it works out. See if it works out to save them money, and then if it does, then go to the fleet. Yeah. Fuck no. I'm not running shit by them. I tried to call Mike yesterday. So after that shit, that was like, I was losing my mind. Yeah, they moved it and then they never anchored it back. So like this preloaded machine is not grounded. It's like what the fuck? And not anchored. And then when they moved, they never set it back up. So then like once another battery cracked.
there were still people there, but some big it's like most like just regular like designer workers and stuff that were still working like all the fabricators and rock, but good stuff. Fine. So I get it the next day, start doing it, go to fucking I know what happened. I went to go hit the thing. These people don't know how to use don't like go get no shit. Once they like they up forward. Didn't know what Y1 and Y2 was. Didn't know what. Yeah, so I'm like, oh my god, bro. Like, so this says angle 1 and this says angle 2. He's like, so it's A1. I'm like, that's not A. Well, that's fucking angle. And it's that angle symbol. And it's like, this is angle 1, this is angle 2, and it corresponds to this where it says, oh, see how it says Y1? He's like, how do you know it's Y1? And he like, once he points at it, and then he's like, oh, it's right there on the sign. I'm like, yeah. This is 1, and this is 2. So anything you see that's related to 1 is on this side, and 2 is on that side. And you can separate the angles. But so I basically trained them all. So they also would never, they would never like see anything. It never come. So like the spear all comes up. Like that. I was going there like chase press, and I went to put like a 1.2 grade, and ended up when I hit 1, it was putting a like I knew something was going on because when I hit the decimal point, it kept putting a 1 in. But when I went to hit the 1, I put 1.2 grade, 4.2. It like overspun that belt because once it reached the top and then it keeps spinning, you know, like the machine doesn't do any more but the belt. So yeah, the motor, the shaft is still spinning, you know, so fucking just spinning that belt off from where it was designed. So that's why fucking, you know, he broke that, and I get back from Google. Wow! And I get back from Mike Ryan. This was like a major job. Then I talked to Aaron. He's like, not a problem. Don't worry about it. So then I fucking did that. Got it back working. And so then I'm like, I wanted to go have a conversation with Mike. Be like, dude, what's going on? Why is it when I said, and like, when Google sent that stuff, he's an asshole. I don't care what you say. You're like, it's good information. You know, all you need to fucking send me is part of the bring up Jack. You need to send me the thing about taking the valve off, replacing the valve, That was like overkill. It was like basically to make it look like it was fucking way harder and more difficult than it needed to be. It's very complicated. When you could have just been like, hey, the thing, wow, just be like, yo, don't worry, it's not, you know, go into the thing, what's happening, turn the brake off, okay, now the shaft will spin, figure out which way you need to spin that shaft to get the belt, you'll retighten the belt, get tension on it, then turn the brake back on, get the brake on, and then don't worry about it. Then he says, wow, and I'm freaking the fuck out for a fucking 45 minutes or whatever. I'm looking at the page, I'm not touching this for a while because I'm just, so I know what I'm doing. I'm not, like, I was like about to take the fucking motor off. But like, and I started going down that route. Holy fuck. So I was like, I was just trying to have a conversation. I was trying to have a conversation with Mike to be like, hey, I don't understand why Google is like, sometimes like, trying to give people he said, turn your brake off, do this, don't worry
the whole Ufu not supporting us properly situation.
But all right, well, yeah. All right, I'll try. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna try to get to it, but probably like 4 o'clock I'll start. Oh wait, it's at 4:30 right now. What the fuck? Oh my god. All right, yeah. I still gotta put my timesheet in from yesterday. All right, I'm gonna go do that. Oh, all right, talk to you. Bye. Fuck me.
Battery low.
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
I'm here to pour a little petrol on the situation.
You must understand, death is the true test.
Introducing your champion.
Better find me before I find you.
Oh, fuck.
Apparently a child support case. But, like, apparently, yes. If that person was ever able to obtain a driving license, they would still not have the privilege of driving until they cleared all their suspensions. Which it seems like maybe the suspensions were cleared. Now, of course, one of the things the judge brought up was actually that he would have known that he didn't have a driver's license because he actually renewed state identification. Okay, so if you don't know, if you don't have a driver's license, you will probably get like a state ID. And the reason why people would get the state ID is because maybe they can't like actually drive. They don't have the ability to get a driver's license, but they still want to be recognized as a member of the state, so they get the fucking state ID. Okay, it's why like there's different options. So if you're renewing your state ID, you fucking consciously know that because you're renewing that specific piece of identification, you don't have the other, which would typically be the driver's license, right? So even though that he was stunned basically at the end of that entire thing that everyone was basically watching on the internet, in this situation, everyone was basically shocked. Everyone was shocked. Even the new defense attorney was shocked. Everyone was wilded out, okay? So it really came out into the situation that even the judge was like, everyone's basically got to own this situation. It's got to be Corey that owns this entire situation.
We've covered many horrible PCs over the years, so I figured, why not find 3 excellent PC ads to review in this one? One from Orlando, Florida, one from Atlanta, Georgia, and one from Los Angeles, California. All are still publicly available as of time of filming, by the way, so maybe, just maybe, you can snag one of these for yourself, if you're in the market. Let's dive in.
The new A115 air cooler from Corsair packs 2 AF140 Elite fans into a dual tower array with 6 beefy 6mm heat pipes for powerful heat transfer. Pre-applied XTM70 thermal paste and slim slide-and-lock fan mounts add to the ergonomics, while 90 nickel-plated cooling fins and an overhauled retention system ensure excellent cooling efficiency. The A115 supports the latest sockets for both Intel and AMD and ships with Corsair's 5-year warranty for peace of mind. Learn more by clicking the link below.
Kicking things off right away with our $900 PC ad in Decatur, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. You'll find that the PC market by and large has cooled quite a bit as of late, and many ads similar to this one have been popping up all over the country. Now, if you're an international viewer, I would appreciate it if you let me know in the comments below how your local market's faring, because they all tend to vary a bit. This ad's titled RTX 3070 Ti Ryzen 9 gaming PC. It's pretty straight to the point and listed for $900 USD. His photos are also excellent, some with the rig turned on, some not, and great angles. He even included a couple of photos in Task Manager. I generally don't mind this, though a screen capture in this instance would probably be more ideal. It reads, custom gaming PC I built from the past parts that I've upgraded from, 1440p high frame rate gaming beast. Specs below, it sports a Ryzen 9 3900X 12-core processor, RTX 3070 Ti, 32GB, plenty of storage, and okay,
I just
power
realized
supply,
you
for being
guys were
honest,
dead.
and a great case. Cooling is a bit lackluster in the Hyper 212, but I'd still prefer this over, you know, the stock cooler, even though there's nothing really wrong with the stock cooler. His background message at the bottom is also pretty nice. He says he loves building PCs for himself and friends of his, and he's been doing it for the past 8 years. This PC is no slouch and comes with everything updated and wiped clean for you. Don't be shy, hit me up. No trades unless it's in exchange for an RTX 4070 Ti Super specifically. I really like this. I think the description is extremely concise, it's clear, and his spec list is very, very specific. I don't really see any flaws at all. And this is exactly how I like to detail my own ads, whether it be for PCs or really
Humanoid
anything else.
grunt.
Now, when it comes to valuation, it can be a bit tough to put an exact dollar amount on certain things. Some of these components are like several generations old. And it's not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just gonna mean that it's gonna be a bit difficult to price things accordingly. For example, the Ryzen 9 3900X, it's technically still being sold new today on Amazon. I would not be paying that price, or anywhere close to that price, for a new 3900X, especially when you compare it to its newer 5900X counterpart. This thing's like $100 cheaper, and that's exactly what we've chosen here, though don't worry, we'll also factor in eBay sale prices for the exact components listed throughout this video. So when it's all said and done, a comparable build today would cost you somewhere in the ballpark of $1,200 US new. Your CPU would end up a bit better overall, but by and large, you'd have a similar performing rig. If we take into account exact components, however, this price drops to around $1,000 USD. We factor in, again, the used components, namely it's going to be the CPU and the GPU. That makes his $900 asking price, regardless, pretty fair, in my opinion. There might even be additional wiggle room, given our current economic climate, always worth a shot. I don't see anything wrong with maybe offering, say, $800 for the machine and going from there, especially if you're offering cash and can meet up ASAP. Those are always tasty words. Overall, I'm a big fan of what I see here, and I'm frankly a bit shocked it's been listed on Craigslist of all places. Next up, a quote, affordable MSI AMD gaming PC. Orlando, Florida, out of my hometown. And this price really intrigued me. Anything sub $400, right? $375 for this thing? It's gonna catch my eye. It's gonna catch anyone's eye if they're in the market. And it's usually gonna mean one of three things. Either it's too good to be true, or it's too old, or it actually is a good deal. And I think that's exactly what we found here. So the rig itself isn't crazy powerful or anything. Of course, it's not gonna be for the price. And sure, the description, as you'll see shortly, could be a bit more concise. But even if we assume the bare minimum, there's still a deal to be had. Great 1080p gaming PC with 8 gigs of VRAM, specs and game benchmarks below. Sale is for the tower and power cable only. Located in the UCF area, that's a college, if you don't know what that is, will meet nearby for sale, new power supply and SSD. Okay, so far so good, straight to the point, which I think is an excellent tactic. He's got a Ryzen 5 6-core in here, but he doesn't specify the model, and this is where I wish he'd been more specific. All this really tells me is that you're hiding the model because it's either cheap or old, or in this case, probably both. So I'm going to assume that we're talking about a base Ryzen 5 1600, first gen Ryzen, because if it was anything better, you would have clarified. And there's my logic. He goes on to include a short list of benchmarks, which I don't generally mind, but again, you kind of have to take these with like a big heap of salt. We can't be sure of how each of these titles was tested, if numbers were fudged a bit, if they were mixed up during data collection, etc. This is why I encourage our own viewers to watch multiple reviews of the same product before making a purchase decision. Now, never trust just one individual, rely on a collective group of generally reliable sources. What I'd advise in this situation is to literally look up this hardware combo online and see what frame rates they're getting on average. And you're not going to get exact numbers, and of course there will be tiny variances in the environment, etc. The game version being run. It's just stuff to consider and stuff I would definitely do. I wouldn't just take it. Look fine. I'd like to see maybe a shot of the inside without it powered on, maybe some close-ups, but I don't really see any qualms here. And if we price everything out in PC Part Picker, we arrive at a figure a decent percent higher than the asking price. I know this doesn't look like a huge difference, but when you consider how low the price is to begin with, it's actually a fairly high percent swing. The 1600 is purchased used in this list, while everything else is new. You can see that you're buying all day for about 40 or 50 bucks. I wouldn't advise buying a standalone used power supply, by the way, or storage drive for reasons we've discussed in the past. But if we also assume the graphics card was being purchased used, then we'd be awfully close to that $375 ask. But still, I think there may be 25 to 50 bucks of extra wiggle room to help out the buyer. And between you and me, hey, look, I don't really know what I'm getting here, so I'm not going to give you a full price because stuff is a little vague, intentionally, possibly. Despite the system being fairly old and weak, though, AM4 is still plenty versatile. In case you're wondering, the platform sets you up for pretty much ample upgrade headroom down the line for the side of things. So I don't really see a reason why this ad should be avoided on that basis alone. It would honestly make for a great entry-level gaming piece for someone on a tight budget or just entering high school or college. The last ad on our list is out of Los Angeles, California, and it's recently been marked down from $900 to $600. I love that it shows us that. It shows us how determined he is to sell it, and you realize he might have been a bit high on the price, and $600 you'll see is actually a pretty enticing price. Newly built gaming PC, built with new and used parts, great for playing games in 1080p and 1440p.
Why are you stealing my shit like
drivers
that?
updated. He includes the benchmarks, refer to what
I'm a loot goblin
in the video about those, and he proceeds to list his specs. So he's got an Intel Core i7.
You're a guy who can't provide for himself, is what you are.
16 gigs of Corsair Vengeance DDR4, a 970 EVO
Yes,
1
sir, I
terabyte
mooch.
SSD.
I mooch. That's how I get anywhere.
40 volt AIO, 86 tough
Yeah,
power,
I know,
and a
your mom
gigabyte
told me
watt
last night.
CPU. Revision 2. Thanks. Curious. I don't think he's blow up.
No worries, mate.
And right away, we see plenty of photos in the listing, a few good angles, a shot of the front, and even photos of the screen running certain games and benchmarks. Again, I'd prefer screenshots, but it's nice to see extra detail for those who are curious about performance. And I suppose on the subject of reliability, it actually wouldn't be a bad idea to take a photo of a screen. I suppose these would be a bit more difficult to doctor, to kind of like manipulate in programs like Photoshop, so maybe I retract my previous statement a little bit. So if the description is excellent and the photos line up, how does this rig fare in the pricing department? In comes PC Part Picker, and recall, he's lowered this price by $300 at the onset, and that's what's really done the trick here. If we assume a used Core i7, a Z490 motherboard, not the same one, but close, and an RTX 2060, the price you could build this for today comes out to roughly $800, making his $600 ask a very fair price indeed. At this point, if I was in the market, I'd be content, honestly, giving him exactly what he's asking for it, assuming everything else checks out. But it wouldn't hurt to counter a smidge lower, just, you know, sheerly out of principle. Again, discretionary spending has been tightening up as of late, and it's very possible that falling demand could drive prices of used rigs like these even lower in the near future. Only time will tell. Thank you so much for watching this one. Let me know in the comment section below what you thought of these, and be sure to stick around for the next one. My name is Greg. Thanks for learning with me.
But before we jump into our next category, we've got one more surprise platformer for you.
No shot.
Yours?
Oh my god, it is!
Trap set and
Your
waiting.
game's finally here.
Being shot at.
10 seconds remain. The ring is close.
Joker over there. Recharge me shields. Listen up, fellas. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side of it. Check it out. Care package coming in.
New kill leader. I must confess, it's what I long for.
Joker's shooting at me.
No, come on. Don't.
Juicing me shields.
Oh, that's so soon.
Dude,
Dude, finally, after like 4 years, Chad. Finally.
There's
Shroud said shameless? Bro, what do you mean shameless? It's such a good game. It's so cute. It's a shameless plug. Mod spam it. Yeah, shout out to Coaster for the music, chat. It's been 4 fucking years, but we're finally releasing it. But yeah, chat, it is available, blah, blah, blah. It's available second. You can wishlist it right now. Wishlisting actually makes a huge difference, because apparently it's like an algorithm for Steam. I didn't even know that. So if you want to go wishlist it, chat, it actually makes a huge difference. Is this shameless? I'm the most important person on the dev team, chat. I gave the money. You got Lyric. This is what Shroud's saying.
London, and it can also feel quite lonely and frustrating. And it'd be nice to just create a game where people can just have.
Well, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, there's going to be bosses. I think that you showed that in the trailer. There'll be bosses to fight, everything like that. Are any of those bosses potentially maybe your old bosses or other real people? Or inspired bosses?
I can confirm that there is absolutely no relation to anybody.
Of course not. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
So, where can people go to find this game and play it and try it out for themselves?
So you can find Vindefiant on Steam.
Is he just looking at his Mixer chat or something? Like, hello?
Just released the demo, and it is very fun. We've got a lot of good feedback. You can also join the Discord.
Or we'll make themselves evident every single day. So, Jordan, yes, absolutely. The game is Vindefiant.
Yes, Gabe, I got a bone to pick with you, man. You need to stop. Stop being so full of yourself. You're always throwing game everywhere. Any little bit. Hey, check out my game. Hey, check out my game. Hey, look, it's me, Biscuit. Hey, I'm the guy coming into a Fallout party with sweatpants. Yeah, I'm the guy playing Fallout. Bro, main character syndrome, okay? Thin ice. You're on thin ice.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Shroud. Rumble Club. Okay, now we're back. The views are gonna skyrocket. We're back to Rumble Club.
I know you guys were so excited to see what Season 2 of Rumble Club had in store. We had to tease you a little bit, show some other games in between, but we're back. All right. Let me roll the Season 2 trailer.
That was W!
Alright, so Rumble Club Season 2 is a fantasy-themed season. This is our castle map that you can play Punch Royale, Goop Cube, all the different game modes on. We have a bunch of new cosmetics like this dragon suit and a glowy-eyed helmet. Who doesn't want glowy eyes, right? There's also some creator skins of some people you might recognize. So check the shop for those coming soon.
Toss it to the window at the front of the door.
Am I not brand friendly enough to get a fucking Rumble Club skin? Like, what is this shit?
Horsey, the sword and board.
Well, what would your skin even be?
White?
Fairy wings.
They know you're there now.
Yo, fuck this stupid ass shit, bro.
That works.
We've also majorly switched up the Rumble pack.
Today, AMD makes a weird move with Ryzen 9000. More FPS for all, first benchmarks on AMD's new Ryzen APUs, and RTX 5000 is set to be a monster. Welcome everyone
Absolutely
to
blasted
Gamer
with
Melt.
everything they have.
First up for today, AMD set to do something really odd for their Ryzen 9000
Push it
release.
to the door,
As
push
the
it to the
leak
door.
suggested, AMD's next-gen motherboard
window.
skipped the 700 series and went straight to the 800
They
series.
took it down
And
on
Computex motherboard makers shared their designs.
Moves
but it seemed
over
that this
to the
board
side.
announcement
He's
decision
in it.
was
He's
in some
getting
micrometers
fried.
didn't
He
seem
goes
right.
past the guy. Slides down. He's dead.
800 series
No shots
they
released.
definitely weren't high-end. Well, we now have a new report from Hardware Lux, and according to this, motherboards with X870 and X870E chipsets will not be available at the launch of Ryzen 9000 processors. AMD will launch the new models using the already available boards. So yeah, AMD is apparently planning to release Ryzen 9000 without a new series of motherboards, which is of course surprising. I mean, it's one thing to not have a new chipset to release, but it's another thing entirely to have it, but just not release it with the new CPUs. Mostly because if you aren't already on AM5, you'd likely wait to buy Ryzen 9000 so you can get the new board. Either way, if you're interested in AMD's next-gen Ryzen, I'll have affiliate links down to those in the description below. It doesn't cost you anything more, and it helps the channel out. Next up for today, we're finally set to get free FPS in all our games thanks to some new tech that was just announced by Microsoft. It's called Automatic Super Resolution, and it's way better than what you've likely heard. For starters, Microsoft hasn't told us exactly how it works, but it's an OS-level upscaling technology. That's not to be confused with their DirectSR tech, which is basically just a way for developers to add AMD, Nvidia, and Intel's upscaling with just one API. And that's obviously nice, but with Automatic Super Resolution, game developers don't have to add support for it at all, which means it works in a ton of games already, and that's actually one of the first big misconceptions. When Microsoft first announced it, they made it seem like it only works with a select number of games, but according to a new report by The Verge, you can turn it on for many DirectX 11 and 12 titles, presumably all of them, but it will give you a warning that using AutoSR may cause unexpected results. It just automatically works with the selected games they mention. Not only that, but it seemed like this was a technology that's exclusively for Qualcomm's new Snapdragon X Elite chips. In fact, it even said that it was required on their system requirements, but that isn't the case. Qualcomm actually spoke with The Verge and confirmed that the language used there is because the Snapdragon X Elite chip is just referring to what's available today. But if any other technology can meet Microsoft's performance threshold, that won't be the case anymore. Specifically, they need to support Copilot Plus as well as an NPU that's fast enough, because this works off of that NPU. Well, as you can see here, AMD's new APUs support Copilot Plus, so we can all but guarantee that they will be supported, along with Intel's next-gen mobile chips. Not to mention that before long, I would assume discrete GPUs will likely be supported that can handle the matrix operations. Not only that, but given it uses AI, maybe it'll do better than other solutions. Time, as always, will tell. Next up, we have our first benchmarks on AMD's newly announced Ryzen APUs, and let's just say this is one seriously impressive jump, especially for gamers. Of course, I was mostly focusing on AMD's desktop Ryzen 9000 during the release, but if AMD brings these bad boys to desktop, they could make for a seriously impressive rig. Don't forget that the highest end Ryzen 9 HX370 is a 12-core CPU instead of 8, though it's a mixture of Zen 5 and Zen 5C cores, but then the iGPU is not only an RDNA 3.5, but it's also 16 CUs instead of 12. Well, we now have benchmarks of that part, and it's looking amazing. The benchmarks come from Geekbench, and we have Geekbench 6, Geekbench 5.4.5, and OpenCL. What's wild is that this must be an early engineering sample because it only got up to 4.2 GHz while the rated clock is up to 5.1, which is of course a massive difference. But despite that, it was able to beat the last gen part by 20% in multi-threaded and 7% in single thread. And going from 4.2 to 5.1 is 21% more right there. Moving over to OpenCL, we can see the iGPU, which is the Radeon 890M, scored 41,995 points, which is an unbelievable 40% jump over last gen's Radeon 780M. Basically, if this bad boy comes to desktop, it's gonna make for some very happy gamers. And lastly for today, Nvidia's RTX 5000 series has been rumored to come with GDDR7 for quite a while now. In fact, the most recent reports give the 5090 a very nice 28GB of GDDR7. Well, Micron has finally made GDDR7 official, and they actually talked gaming performance with the new memory as well. But before I get to that, spec-wise, the new video memory offers 32GB die speeds and 1.5 TB per second bandwidth for a 60% boost when compared to GDDR6. It also offers a 50% power efficiency improvement and a new sleep mode that reduces standby power by up to 70%. But like I said, they also mention gaming, and here you can see that they claim GDDR7 achieves a quote significant jump in frames per second for ray tracing and rasterization workloads. And they even give us real numbers, with it being an average of over 30% more FPS, but getting even more in ray tracing and 4K. Basically, Nvidia's next-gen GPUs may even be better than we originally thought, especially if it can get these kind of performance boosts from GDDR7. I mean, even in rasterization, it shows a bigger jump going from 6x to 7 than it does going from GDDR6 to 6x. So while that does it for today, are you pumped for Nvidia's next-gen GPUs, or are you more excited for AMD's upcoming APUs? Let me know down in the comments below. And if you liked the video, please subscribe and give it a thumbs up. And as always, have a great day.
This is a movie, and this is a movie, and this isn't just a movie, it was a catastrophic revolution in home entertainment that brought down one of the 20th century's biggest tech empires. It weighs nearly 1.5 pounds, and it's even larger than a laser disc. It's actually a 12 5/8 by 13 7/8 plastic housing containing a capacitance electronic disc that pushed the basic concept of the phonograph to its audio-visual limits, all to turn your shag mustard-colored living room into a movie theater. It took some filthy milk crates, the patience of a Tibetan Lama, and a serendipitous technology connection to understand what this thing was and how to actually get it to work. It was a fascinating and ambitious idea, so good that the only possible outcome was a total disaster that splattered the blood and fur of a cute terrier mix named Nipper on the semi-truck grill of technological progress. I was flipping through the February 1984 issue of Popular Science when I found an article on video teachers. And that one article took me to a 1977 cover story, RCA R&D in 1964, and then weirdly Back to the Future. William J. Hawkins was reporting on new RCA interactive video disc players that could do more than just let you own and watch movies at home. It could be an on-demand video teacher, but you could also play full-motion video games. It was called the Selectavision 400. I never even heard of the Selectavision 100, and I was an 80s kid whose dad co-owned a video rental store. My adolescent brain was baptized by VHS tapes and molded like clay in the hands of hundreds of viewings of The Goonies, The Neverending Story, and Adventures in Babysitting, and it was permanently scarred by the cover for The Blob. I usually only get a piece of tech when I know exactly what it is, but I grabbed a refurbished RCA SJT400 off eBay kind of on a whim. Ugh. All I had were those Popular Science articles. Hawkins described the device's ability to provide quizzes at the end of a video disc lesson to test your knowledge. A walk through the universe is an interactive exploration of astronomy and the cosmos, which seems awesome. And that was my first problem with the Selectavision. I searched the depths of eBay for a copy that could arrive at the same time as my player, and I got nothing. Not even past auctions in the sold listings. Why? Because the title featured in the article, A Walk Through the Universe, was never released to the public. CED Magic is an exhaustive and comprehensive website detailing all things Selectavision, including a breakdown of all the interactive releases. The page dedicated to A Walk Through the Universe explains how it was only distributed to
Hello, great
libraries
streamer,
and
waving hand sign, waving hand sign.
It was
I
never
followed you
available
because
for
you stream
retail
exceptionally
sale.
well
So
and would like to be
Popular
notified
Science
when
was
you are streaming and viewing
evangelizing
right
the
now.
dawn of interactive
I would like to be your
educational video
fan.
discs and
No.
highlighting
Kindly
the
add me on
promise of
Discord,
strolling
head.
through the
Stacy
universe from your
_52.
couch, just as RCA was breaking its promises. What's going on here?
Don't do that, you asshole.
Hawkins did mention 3 other interactive discs, a horse betting game and 2 murder mysteries. So I got all 3 to play at the dinner parties I don't have.
I'm just packing a
There
bowl,
are
for
lots of
Christ's sake.
goofy relics of antiquated technology, but that 1977 cover story made it clear that the Selectavision was a revolutionary piece of Star Trek futurism. Here at last, video disc players. Now we have an endless supply of cheap, on-demand content in our pockets and living rooms, but in the 1970s, the only real mass media you could own was music. It had been nearly 100 years since the first phonograph put audio in your hands, and the proliferation of vinyl records established real ownership of sound. You could buy any song or album you wanted, and you could play it at home whenever you wanted. 8-tracks came along, and cassette tapes and Walkmans were about to make it all portable. But video? The only way to see a movie was at the theater or chopped up into commercially separated segments on whatever television stations were playing fixed time-slotted programming on a handful of channels. Did you miss the latest episode of The Incredible Hulk with Lou Ferrigno? Too bad! Did you eat Grandma Gertrude's dodgy oyster dip to be polite? Great, well that one time Star Wars actually came on, you spent the Mos Eisley Cantina scene and the Death Star explosion in the bathroom. John Free's article about RCA and Philips MCA video disc players described a future where viewers could control what they watched and when. He'd seen RCA's Selectavision, which was physically massive, with discs that could hold 30 minutes of video on each side. They didn't have a caddy yet, so they required extremely delicate handling. He wrote, "Pictures I've seen at several demonstrations were excellent. The keys to entertainment were about to be handed over to consumers." He said, "Both the RCA and Philips MCA players will appear in stores just when new home video cassette recorders, video games, and pay-cable programming are teaching viewers that the TV receivers can easily display something other than fixed-time broadcast fare." He was absolutely right, and so was RCA. About 40 years too soon. Anyone reading this cover story would have expected the units to be on shelves. The article actually indicates availability later that year. It was not available later that year, or the next year when the Laserdisc launched with Jaws, or for the rest of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Even in 1980, the three things on ice were the Cold War, a hockey miracle, and the rollout of the Selectavision. The Selectavision took 4 more years to hit shelves, and that was a problem. But the idea was fantastic. Everyone loved collecting vinyl records and curating real-time audio expressions of their identities. Why wouldn't they want to do the same thing with movies they loved that were basically vinyl records? If you're RCA, there's no reason not to think this wouldn't be a billion-dollar industry, and they actually projected that by 1990, their annual video disc-related revenue would be $7.5 billion. That did not happen. Let's get back to my Selectavision because it's broken. When I unboxed it, it had a warning label that said, "Remove both red screws before use." That was stuck on with painter's tape. Okay. I asked the guy who sold it to me what was up with the screws, and he explained that they were there to lock the pickup sled in the home position so it couldn't move and possibly break some fragile plastic gears. Originally, there would have been a pair of plastic shipping tags. Extreme fragility and delicate technology go together like the chicken and jello in a silhouette salad. So, we're off to a good start. I turned it on and popped the plastic cassette in, and it spit it right back out. That seemed really weird. I figured I'd just put it in like a VHS tape and it would stay in there. I pulled it back out and instantly heard this horrendous banging sound. These discs are not like VHS tapes. They called the cartridge a caddy, and it's just a protective housing for the disc inside. It's not integrated into the unit the way a floppy disk is. And this makes perfect sense because the disc can't be totally covered by a plastic shell when it needs to be read with a physical stylus like a record player. But mine was about to explode and I had to defuse the bomb. I went to hit the eject button and there is no eject button. There is a reject button, which is strangely poetic. Now it's telling me to put the shell back into the machine so it can suck the disc back into it. And with that, I can finally shut it off. Okay, so I messaged the seller to let him know that this thing sounds broken. He said it's happened to him before when shipping Selectavisions, and that I need a 1/16-inch Allen wrench to adjust the player height. That's what's causing the knocking. He even linked me to a YouTube video showing me how to fix it, which was awesome. The video is literally a guy with a Selectavision propped up on Powerade bottles, because the adjustment hole is on the bottom of the unit. It's inaccessible if it's on a table, and you really need to be playing this while you make the platter height adjustment.
So we're not getting out that way, huh?
So this is kind of a pain, but whatever. I've got a folding hex key set, and the smallest I have is 5/64. The set stops 1/64th of an inch short of the size I need.
Get the fuck out of that guy, though.
My dad saved me an Amazon order by having a kit with a 1/16th, and he had a couple dirty old milk crates I could use to balance the Selectavision on while I adjusted. After a few quarter turns, the was gone, and I was successfully spinning 48 hours with Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte. But that's a movie, not an interactive game. One of the things that fascinated the popular
I don't really want to
writer
move
was
too
the
far in. I'm
Bill
just going to keep
Andrews'
playing the
revolutionary
edge.
way to control viewing and interactivity with the Digital Command Center remote. So I needed to fire this up. RCA spent nearly a quarter of its entire history getting to its complex series of buttons, and what's inside the video disc caddy itself is so complex that I had to call in YouTube's leading expert on the Selectavision to explain to me how it actually works. But before that, we need to know who we're dealing with. The Radio Corporation of America was founded in 1919. It dominated radio communications. They created the National Broadcasting Company, NBC, in 1926 and purchased the Victor Talking Machine Company 3 years later. That's how Nipper got to be the most recognizable dog of the 20th century. They helped pioneer the television industry, and in 1954, they launched the first consumer color television. So, yeah, RCA was huge. They've always been at the forefront of media technology, and after the color TV, they were looking to develop the next big thing. Why wouldn't they go from democratizing audio to democratizing video? The problem was, well, there were a lot of problems. When RCA got the idea for a video disc in 1964, the physical format of it made a lot of sense. Yeah, what they developed is extremely sensitive to dust, humidity, gases, and fingerprints in a way that incredibly sturdy vinyl records aren't, but that's okay. You can imprison it in a protective caddy. But it turned out even with that layer of insulation, the disc still deteriorated. And that led to permanent skipping that could never be cleaned. Never. Because trying to clean it would make it worse. Why? How did any of this even work?
Hi, Kevin. The Odyssey caddies held what they called capacitance electronic discs. The concept isn't much different from vinyl records, but it took years to figure out how to store 200 times as much information as a vinyl record on a similar disc. The players spun these 11.8-inch discs at 450 revolutions per minute, 13 times faster than a record player. The conductive carbon-loaded PVC discs held high-density spiral grooves measuring 1/10,000th on each side, set by a Q-shaped stylus. As it's reading the disc, an electronic contains 4 frames of groove with each
Ooh, we got
rotation of
positive
the disc,
50.
which is why when you hit pause, the screen just goes black. It can't freeze frame on 4 frames at once. Each side of the disc held 60 minutes of
Battery
information,
critical.
so any movies over 120 minutes required a second video.
Let's check out over there.
Hope this helps. Any movies over 120 minutes require just goes black. It can't freeze faster than a record player. The conductive carbon-loaded PVC discs held high-density spiral grooves measuring 1/10,000th of an inch on each side, read by a keel-shaped stylus. As it's reading the discs, an electronic circuit is formed that contains 4 frames of video with each rotation of the disc, which is why when you hit pause, the screen just goes black. It can't freeze frame on 4 frames at once. Each side of the disc held 60 minutes of information, so any movies over 120 minutes required a second video disc. Hope this helps. Good luck and happy video discing.
Okay. It's ironic that by pushing the technology of vinyl records to their absolute limit, they turned one of the most reliable chunks of media in tech history into one of the most fragile things ever created. RCA put 17 years of development into the Selectavision between its conception and release. Everyone increasingly wanted everything at home. A kitchen with the same appliances restaurants had, a swimming pool in the backyard. What did you want at home? And why not your own movie theater where you decided what would be on the screen? RCA chairman Edward Griffin said that RCA was committed to video disc not just for this generation, but for the next and the next. Audio media hadn't changed substantially in 50 years. Why wouldn't video follow the same trajectory? They launched the video disc with $20 million of marketing in its first year, including an hour-long presentation hosted by legendary NBC News journalist Tom Brokaw.
You got blood on my shoes.
Staying in tonight, performed by people who marched out of a giant RCA television to dance on top of a humongous Selectavision.
I love
Look
this
at
part.
Oh.
Yeah, nothing could hype me up more to play an interactive whodunit-style full-motion video murder mystery game scratched off a piece of plastic and magically projected into my TV. It looks like, Mama, I'm staying in tonight. VidMax claimed that Murder Anyone was the first interactive game of its kind, and being able to show you that was its own tech labyrinth. To play both the game and record the footage, I needed to use the Selectavision's bizarre remote while also getting the footage to my laptop. I got an analog-to-digital video capture card, then a USB 2.0 to USB-C adapter for the laptop. I connected everything to a video audio splitter that I used to hook up retro video game consoles, and it didn't work. The splitter had 5 inputs but only 1 output, and I needed to output both the TV and the laptop. I found a 1-input, 4-output splitter on Amazon, and now, for the first time in YouTube history, we can see Murder Anyone, A Week at the Races, and Many Roads to Murder. I threw in Murder Anyone and got the CRT surprise of my life. 3 years before she went back to the future, and 4 years before she rocked out with Howard the Duck. Leah Thompson made her acting debut as distant cousin Sissy Loper in this forgotten video disc.
Thanks, teammate. We're totally not getting shit on over here.
And private investigator Stu Kavanaugh was played by Paul Gleason, who 3 years
my
later
fault
would
that
be
happened
immortalized
to you.
in 1980s cinematic
Yeah, you're gonna have to take the dick out of your mouth and
Bender's
speak up.
nemesis in The
It's
Breakfast
my
Club.
fault that
There are
happened to you.
16 murder mysteries you can
Oh,
choose to
100%.
play
I mean,
at
where were
any
you?
time
You're
in
still over there
any
playing
order.
Looting Simulator
Here's
like
how
a
you
little
do
bitch.
that, which is so intricate that it should be in the advanced Dungeons and
You don't
Dragons
know what a
handbook you
bitch
should have
is.
been playing instead of this. On your
Really?
digital
'Cause I
command
think I
center
get more than
remote,
you.
press program and then
'Cause
band
what?
to bring up a 10
I said really? Because I think I get more than you.
You get more what?
include a menu of all
Bitches.
16 stories and their
Are you fucking
respective
slow?
program band
Are you
codes.
have
You
half a brain
you
cell?
just
Do
called
have
me
super chrome
you just
cell?
called me a
But,
bitch,
like,
but then you're gonna
I
get
did.
bitches? But then
They're one and the same, baby.
so you get me?
Yeah, you want me to come over there and suck you off, buddy?
What?
Touch your wiener until you
What
get a
are
little
you
tickle going?
sexually harassing me on a video game, you weird motherfucker?
Like that?
What is wrong with you?
Is that your little special kink? Do you like that? Do you like when guys hit on you?
Are you listening to yourself right now? Are you
But
you okay?
Though? Like, dude, do you hear your voice, bro? You sound like a prepubescent girl. Like, come on now. You sound like a girl who hasn't even had.
I sound like a prepubescent girl?
How much? Dude,
page
how much
number
pussy do you
information
get, my
for
guy?
the
Come on now.
location of everything you need to
Bro, this
solve
guy
the
likes
murder.
little underage
This
females.
You're a guy who's running around
heard it here
calling
first.
women bitches,
Dude,
and you're asking about how much
Dude,
pussy I get?
Did you hear this
What
shit,
is
bro?
wrong
This
with
guy likes
you?
girls. Bro, it's crazy. Bro, hold up.
What
man.
are
Sign
you?
this,
Why are
bro.
you
Do
going
that?
from like
Hold
one
up.
thing
Do
to
you like
another
that?
thing to another thing? What sort of medicine did you stop
Don't you like
taking?
that, though? Don't you like that? Oh my god, dude, I bet you have a rock hard boner right
We
now.
need to get you some antipsychotics, buddy.
Nah, fam, I'm good.
Your doctor needs to adjust that a little
The only
bit.
medicine I need is this little THC I got right next to me, buddy.
Yeah, well, I'm already high, so but you're not really sounding like a high person. You're sounding like someone who's psychotic.
Like a little bitch, bro. Come on,
No, I'm not. I'm drinking a Gatorade and I'm sending my fucking timesheet.
Gatorade, bro.
Suck a dick. Oh wait, that's what you like to do.
If you've got things to do, bro, come on now. No wonder you're trash. No wonder you've got 0 damage, no kills. Shit's crazy.
Have some self-awareness, guy who's dead watching me play and then talking on the mic.
Lose a turn. And if it's right, it says correct. You win. If
Oh,
you're
sorry, what'd you
hosting a
say? I was
party
getting
and
fingered in the
everyone's
ass crack.
playing this game, you literally have to choose someone to not have fun. The inputs are so frequent and complex that someone has to be designated to pay close attention all the time so they can respond with the right input, or else your Uncle Frankie guzzles his 4th martini as he's waiting, and your boss, who you never should have invited in the first place, is so bored he's thinking about your replacement. It's like deciding on a designated driver, but it's a designated remote jockey. Why wouldn't you just play Clue? Because this is the cutting-edge interactive movie game technology of 1982. Was it fun then? I have no idea. I wasn't born, but it's ambitious and totally different from the best of electronic entertainment in the era. You were interacting, sort of, with legit Hollywood actors in a sophisticated way compared to trying to get Hubert down a pyramid. The market at the time disagreed. It decided that blasting
Bro, can you at least go die so we can get into another game?
I was smoking a fucking bowl. Suck on a dick, you fucking.
Your bowl, bro. Get the fuck on with
You get on with your life. Why don't you? Yeah, exit if you don't like it. You don't have to play with me. You are in control of your own experience. Figure it out.
You're right, I am, but I can't leave without taking a penalty because you're playing Lifeline.
All right, but you're gonna get more. You've already spent more than 10 minutes complaining, so you're gonna spend 10 more. You can spend 10 more minutes complaining. You can go take your penalty. Your penalty is be your own punishment for dying the way you did.
Bro, you sound like you're 300 pounds. How about you lay off the fucking Twinkies?
How about I wrestled at 133 pounds in college? Do you think I'm actually fucking 300 pounds? I'm 180 pounds right now, and I would fucking throw you through a wall. Come at me, bitch. I bet I would. Yes, you're right, I would. What does that mean? I'm fucking 40 years old. I'm not allowed to... Creatine? I don't take creatine, you loser.
Do you do pre-workout, my guy? Do you do that?
I don't... Dude, nobody fucking needed to do that shit when I was doing... Are you dumb? You're fucking ridiculous.
The instructions even mention that
Kid's
you need
probably
to keep
never
a log
been
of
in
the
the gym in
races
his
you've
life,
already
yet you're gonna
watched and the
talk
murders
shit.
You've already solved to avoid repeats, which you'd better not lose. The thing is, the Selectivision revolution was dead before those horses even broke out of the starting gate. Margaret B.W. Graham spent nearly 10 years writing the definitive account of the Selectivision for her book, Business of Research, RCA, and the Video Disc. It actually started as an applied history project at the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration in 1976, 5 years before the Selectivision was even out. She explains that RCA was coming off a generation of trying to find the successor to the color TV, including 1971's $250 million failed attempt at getting into the mainframe computer business. They were desperately trying to return to their former glory as a systems innovator, and they saw video discs as an affordable, mass-market way to bring movies into the world's living rooms. The players cost $499, which is $1,800 today, and each disc cost between $14.98 and $24.98, which would be $54 to $90 now. VCRs existed, but they were for rich people. They were twice as expensive, and VHS tapes were almost 4 times as much as video discs. VHS movies could be up to $90. Adjusted for inflation, it was nearly $300 to own a copy of Bedknobs and Broomsticks. RCA was already selling VCRs for high-end users that were also called Selectavision. So you go into an RCA dealer to ask for Selectavision, and they'd have a ridiculous conversation with you about whether you wanted the disc thing or the tape thing, and answer questions about each one. RCA dealers hated it. And that wasn't even the major problem. This just wanted to own at all. The rare video files did, and they actually bought way more movies than RCA expected them to. They launched with a massive library of 100 titles and estimated that a home would average 8. The real number was upwards of 30, but they only sold 550,000 players, so they couldn't justify continued investment in the one aspect they were crushing it with. The question they didn't seem to ask is, how many movies do you want to own versus how many movies do you just want to watch? The VHS rental industry exploded because people wanted to pay a couple bucks to see a movie. It was a low-cost grab bag. And if the movie was great, then maybe you'll rent it again. And if it wasn't, well, on to the next one. RCA was so intent on replicating the vinyl record music ownership model that they didn't realize what streaming services are now built upon. For most people, movies just don't work that way. Okay, so why didn't people just rent video discs? Because they couldn't. The contracts with the movie distributors did not allow for rentals. RCA couldn't have rented out video discs even if they wanted to. A certain kind of media satisfied RCA's vision for how consumers would utilize home entertainment, because there are some
General
movies people
Chat.
only
Where is
wanted
the
to
General
watch
Chat?
at home, with the door locked and the curtains drawn. By 1984, pornographic films accounted for a full 50% of the sales and rentals of pre-recorded VHS tapes. It was a significant reason the VHS format took off. And RCA explicitly prohibited adult films from being released on video disc because they thought it would tarnish RCA's wholesome, family-friendly, puppy staring at a gramophone image. The VCR defined the entertainment of a generation. It built its legacy on movie rentals, recording live TV, and lust. 3 things the Selectavision couldn't or wouldn't do. But ultimately, they were just too late. RCA chairman Thornton Bradshaw reflected on its failure by saying, 5 years earlier it would have been a huge success. If we came out with it 2 years later, it would have been a huge success. And he's probably right. It really had come out shortly after that 1977 Popular Science article, it would have changed everything. Instead, RCA lost $580 million on the product. Billions today. They stopped production on Selectavision players on April 4, 1980. In December 1985, a damaged, devalued RCA was acquired by General Electric. And 66 years of dominance in consumer electronics and communications was effectively over. They gambled it all.
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. You guys just ran to the fucking.
Yeah, did you not see a kid get knocked, my guy?
My guy, okay. And what happened to you guys? I saw 2 kids getting knocked, and they were my teammates.
Yeah, if you were right there, we would have won that fight.
I was. How could I be there? I'm shooting people, buddy. What are you talking about? I was getting hit. I have 0 damage. Okay, goodbye. You are just. You're. Why do you get so mad? Because you're bad.
So clever, buddy. You think you're so clever. You're so bad.
What does that mean? So clever. What does that mean? So clever.
Instead of ruining our fucking day.
You ruined your own day by going in there and dying.
Yeah, totally our fault.
or complete failure. RCA was right about everyone wanting a broad variety of immersive entertainment accessible from their homes and now even in their pockets. They were wrong about how to do it, and the Selectivision's complete failure took Nipper from staring into a gramophone to staring into the abyss. Okay.
Just 10 seconds.
270622 seek. See you in the future.
It's the age-old question here in esports and gaming. Does age matter to competitors out there? It's always been a heated debate, by the way. I remember the first time I tweeted about this topic back in 2020, kind of like the glory days of esports, and I said,
I tell you you'd be
age
for
does
another 10 minutes.
matter in esports, and I'm not even sure I believe that anymore.
Goodbye.
I don't really know what to believe. And
Cry
that's why
bye.
I'm making this video. And there were a lot of responses at that time. Plenty of people agreeing with my take because with the natural deterioration of your reaction time, maybe your eyesight, other, physical characteristics and traits that obviously have to do a lot in esports, in gaming, I think a lot of people off the cuff would agree with that. There were also a lot
I got
of other
25.
former
We asked
players
if you were
and
trying to
talent in the
win.
scene that were questioning why I thought that way, and also saying that age does not matter in esports, and thus why we're having this video today, So what do you guys think? Does age matter when it comes to esports? Also, really quick, do you guys like the free mic or the arm? Because I really enjoy having the versatility, so let me know down below as well. I kind of like this. Freedom! Why I'm bringing this up right now is because one, I'm interested, and two, I got the chance to talk to a couple people this past weekend that kind of prompted my what am I trying to say here? Reinvigorated my interest and curiosity about the topic. One of them being a former CS pro, that being nothing, was great to talk to, and one of them being one of the older gamers I've ever had the chance to talk to, and that is no offense meant because she is awesome, that being Tactical Grandma, who has millions of followers, never even wanted to do social media, and has been gaming for the past 50 plus years.
I've been playing video games since I was 7 when Pong came out. It was standalone Pong that we had, and then we had Atari 2600. My parents actually like to play video games too, so we would all play together on family time. We had all the Nintendo systems, Xbox, PlayStation, now PC. We used to, when our kids were little, we didn't have a lot of money, so our date nights were playing video games. We put our kids to bed. We played a lot of sports games, Madden, FIFA, NHL. GoldenEye came out.
Okay.
We fell in love with first-person shooters.
explosions.
And from that point, we just would try to find first-person shooters we liked. And Call of Duty came out. And so we played every Call of Duty.
You are not my target
with,
today.
my kids, their friends and stuff, because we put 4 Xboxes together, 16 people in a room, and we would all just play.
Yeah.
But then when they took that away, we lived in the country. We had no internet. So we couldn't really play.
This is your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen.
The multiplayer like with other people. So we would go to a friend's office. We bought another Xbox, another 2 monitors. We'd go to a friend's office, and they would let us use their internet. So we plug in, we set up, get pizza, and that was our date night. Was playing Call of Duty online in our friend's office.
And so I sat down with this former CS pro, and I asked nothing what he thinks about age mattering in esports, and I thought his answer kind of hit the nail on the head. I love the debate. What are your thoughts on do you think age matters in esports?
Thanks for that drop. Run the fuck away. Run the fuck away. Or die. Or die. Or die.
Chrismo3334 says, LMAO.
Aim was 95 in my prime, but I'm down to 88. If my decision making and game sense is up, I could potentially be more impactful with maybe worse mechanics. So, how you play on a team and how you pair, for instance, now I have more understanding of myself as a player and how I interact with team, and I know a little bit more about my conditions for showing up and performing. But I'm also older and not grinding more, so I don't have all the data on my physiology. Is my reaction time this much slower? And so that you can extrapolate that out, and this is how I can make it really complicated. But I think overall, there's trade-offs, and to make it simple, things like game sense decision making versus aim, for instance,
And the reason I got to sit down with him, by the way, was thanks to our esports betting sponsor, that being ThunderPick. Would you bet on a young gamer or an old gamer? I have no idea, but there's plenty of people of all ages competing. Thanks to them for even allowing us to actually have that sit-down interview. And again, his answer makes a lot of sense. You kind of forego some things as you age, as you get older. Guys, I have been staring at a computer screen for the past like 10 years straight. My hearing has faded. Got to get those checked. My eyesight's not near as good. I know for a fact my reaction time is not near as good. All of these traits, by the way, very important if you are a professional esports player, as I'm sure you guys are well aware. But on the flip side of that, he says you forego some of those physical characteristics that, yes, certainly play to your favor, but with that, you also gain the experience. And not only in front of the crowd, how to deal with the nerves, but the experience in these games of someone who has been playing for 10 years versus 20, there certainly is something to be said for the experience and wisdom that comes with age in esports, and how these players can also use that to their advantage on the server. How you're going to react to different moments at different times at an event, whether on I think is very important to note. When I talk to her, she's been gaming for over 50 years, and for her, when it comes to does age matter in gaming, no, because she just loves to play video games. She played the original Pong onto Atari, then to GoldenEye, then her and I believe her partner have just been throwing LAN events. So certainly for the casual players like you and me, age does not matter. Like, I want to game forever if I can, But rightfully so, people continue to talk about this as we see each and every weekend different pro players either retire or on their come up throughout these different games, and people often question, okay, is his time up? Is he too old? Can he keep on doing this? These young up-and-comers in the gaming space, they're nuts. I think one thing we can all agree on is this next generation of gamers, people who were not just born into it, but literally grew up not just on the sticks, but on computers and consoles from like the age of 4, 5, 6 years old, which some of these older pros didn't even have the chance to do as those things weren't around when they were kids. This next generation is going to be nuts at video games. I know the people I run into playing these games, I feel like they're only getting better. Thus, I bring to light the other examples of age matter in esports. We have someone like G2 Munacy, who came up to the CS pro scene at like 13, 14 years old. He was being recruited, now arguably the best player in all of Counter-Strike. Just slightly below him, someone like Frozen, also being recruited as a young teenager. These are prime examples of come-ups.
I only have an
that are
L-star and a
okay,
30-30.
this
I don't know
new
if I
talent
should
is
go to that.
crazy. And maybe not even esports professional players, but other kids who are even younger and are still being recruited by esports organizations. I bring you examples of people who, when I first covered them, were 10 and 11.
Is there anyone else over here? Because I need
Thunder
different
Meow
weapons. This is
and
some
Lil
bullshit.
Fredson, two kids who are absolutely cracked at video games, like beyond belief. Lil Fredson is known to be one of the youngest players of all time at 10 or 11 years old to reach the max rank in Apex Legends. And by the way, he plays on controller, but he also plays on mouse and keyboard in other games. And then Thunder Meow, at 11 or 12 years old, accomplished a very similar feat in Apex Legends, but he's also trying to become the youngest kid to do that, reach max rank in Apex Legends, also in Fortnite, and he's now also trying to reach Radiant in Valorant, which he's gotten mighty close with doing. These kids are 11 and 12 years old. If you guys are curious, I'm pretty sure that means they're like in 6th grade, and they're reaching the top 0.01% of these games, doing it multiple times over on different inputs. Okay, what were you doing in 6th grade? I peed in a sandbox in like 3rd grade on accident. I don't need to share that information publicly, but here we are. And then I bring up these videos and I'm like, you guys are getting to see into my mind of like all the stories we've covered, and does age matter in esports?
I don't freaking know. Like, I think it does, but then I think about all the prime example of great esports players across several different titles who are in their late 20s or early 30s and accomplishing incredible things. You think of Formal, what he has done in Call of Duty, now going back to Halo. The dude's a multi-world champion. You think about someone like Clayster in Call of Duty, breaking the 30-year-old age barrier and still doing what he's doing and still competing. You think about Forrest and Gitright and Counter-Strike and what they have done. It's absolutely insane. I also want to bring in Kerrigan, now 34 years old. He maintains his spot on FaZe Clan, one of their longest standing members, and he was on one of the most successful CSGO rosters in history, and they've continued that streak into CS2. So does age matter? I don't know. Some people can just defy that sucker. At the end of the day, I think nothing nailed this on the head. Does age matter in esports? Certainly to a degree. As you get older, you want to pursue a relationship, maybe you want to have kids, maybe a different job. Whatever it is, life gets in your way. When you are younger, you have a lot less obligations, a lot less stress, and a lot less things going on where you can grind 12 to 16 hours a day in a video game the same way a 32-year-old might not be able to. But if you truly want to pursue greatness, does age really matter in esports? To a degree, yes. But what you forego with that age, you also gain against the younger age when it comes to wisdom and experience. It's really up to you and what you guys think. I think we'll continue to see examples that defy the odds of age in esports. Till next time, what do you guys think? Thank you all for watching. Again, do you guys like I like doing this. Gives me more mobility and freedom. But I'll bring the mic arm back.
Woo! Let's go, baby. Back in this game.
Enjoying doing them. You guys have any topics for us? My DMs are always open. Till next time. See you tomorrow.
I return to the hunt. Let's get back to it.
What was interesting to me was Colorado was the first state to legalize. And when they did, a lot of other states were scared. There were other states looking at Colorado being like, no. Did you say not Portland? Yeah. The state of Portland? Tell me, what is the capital of Portland?
That's Oregon State. Oregon is the state.
What'd you say?
Oregon is the state.
Oregon is the state. Confusion is the state. What year did Oregon legalize? Was it after Colorado?
Before.
What? Before. No. No, just because you could buy it from a friend does not mean it was recreational and legal. Colorado was the first U.S. state to legalize recreational marijuana. That is a fact.
Go on, watch
So, you
out.
know, there are 50. And
Might be something good
Portland
that
is
way.
not one of them.
Spotted, taking fire.
Do you live here or Portland?
Here.
Here. Are you from Portland?
Next ring spot. Recharging my shield.
The state of Colorado was the first U.S.
replicator,
state to
coming down.
legalize recreational marijuana. Or based on what you were yelling at, probably use bait.
Clip that everyone was basically watching on the internet. In this situation,
It's ready.
hello guys and
Brace
gals,
yourself.
me Mutahar.
What was it? Here or Portland? Here. Portland is not one of them. So you know, there are 50. And Portland is not one of them. Do you live here or Portland?
Here.
Here. Are you from Portland? State of Colorado was the first U.S. state to legalize recreational marijuana. Feel free to Google that. Based on what you were yelling
Everyone was basically watching on the internet. In this situation, everyone was basically shocked. Okay, everyone was shocked. Even the new defense attorney was shocked. Everyone was wilded out. Okay, so it really came out into the situation that even the judge was like, everyone's basically got to own this situation. It's got to be Corey that owns this entire situation. And it was apparently no error by anybody, and it was a failure on the part of Mr. Harris to do certain things. Said Judge Simpson, who was also acknowledging that it can sometimes be a complicated process, but it was certainly not anybody's fault, except the person right here. And look, it's in one of these situations that I can kind of understand, right?
There's a beacon to your left, but you're not even going to win now.
Genuinely ignorant of the law.
Holy
and
shit.
There's actually an entire Latin phrase for this in law, which is where again, understanding versus United States, that an actual good faith belief based on a misunderstanding caused by the complexity of the tax law is a valid legal defense. So where ignorance is not a valid defense is, let's say all of a sudden you're like, hey judge, I didn't know that murder was illegal in this country. That's a shock to me. Well, everyone would be like, shut the fuck up. Everyone knows murder is illegal basically everywhere, okay? So you would go to jail for murder, right? Or any understandable crime or offense. A major offense that typically is understood to be illegal everywhere. But if you look up, again, Title 26, the Internal Revenue Code, and you just hit view, you want to test your Chrome browser's capability on consuming RAM, open this page up, because it is one of the longest pieces of text, one of the most complicated pieces of tax law probably in the world. It might even rival the Bible in goddamn length. And to understand this requires people who specifically go to school to understand the situation. There are lawyers, accountants who still don't understand the complexities of the tax law itself. That's why you'll still find like 30-year experienced accountants still pulling up the actual tax law and looking over common definitions because nobody wants to be wrong. So being ignorant of the minutiae in this specific text can be understood and can become a valid defense. And
Introducing your champion.
I guess you can kind of parallel it with driving patterns as well too. If you don't understand renewals, how to navigate the system, it could be a valid defense. And maybe Corey did have a case until it turned out that maybe he was just withholding information from his own lawyers and the judge as well. If you never took the time to own up to your own kerfuffle and your oopsie, that doesn't make you exempt from the law. You still have to pay your dues to society, and you still have to make sure you clear up your own issues. Now, it even came out that even the judge was a bit of a shady
Get ready, moving up.
Was Judge Severus Simpson's judicial misconduct defense trial from 2014 to 2017. Kind of shows where like everyone in the system is exactly the greatest character in the world. I would feel like people often take this exact like side. It's like you either be on the side of one or the other. There can never be like a good nuanced understanding. The way that those judges at the end of the day, I don't think this was a big deal. It's not like this was a murder trial or something. This was a goddamn clerical issue in regards to a driving situation. In a situation where clearly Corey can operate a motor vehicle, well, it's not like he put anybody's life in actual physical danger if you were to realistically look at it. So the way the judge was kind of acting honestly felt like he really pushed a lot of, I guess you could say, anger. I guess there was a lot of personal
rings just up
feelings
ahead.
into the situation. So when I was looking at this one case from 2014, what happened was the Michigan Judicial Finger Commission filed a formal complaint against this judge for interfering in a police investigation involving their intern.
30 seconds,
Phil
rings
Vargas.
close.
After a judicial misconduct hearing, the JTC recommended that Simpson be removed from the bench. And in July 2017, the Michigan Supreme Court ordered him to serve a 9-month sentence. So they go over the intern's drunk driving arrest. A complaint then filed against So Simpson allegedly
Flatline here. I'm recalling my drone. Backing out of my drone.
And again,
I'm good to go.
saying that they wanted to help Vargas, and the two agreed that more of the matter until Vargas came to attorney. And of course, he starts to
The ring is
involve
moving
himself.
for live
And
fighters.
realistically, the
No
law
one is
could have
inside.
played out in a fair and just manner. And he had to pay a $7,565 fine.
Yeah, back here. Level 3.
Suspension, okay?
Recharging my shields.
Upgraded, I'm good to go.
In fact, in the opinion over here, the dissenting opinion written by Justice Markman indicated that he believes Simpson should have been removed from the bench. In recent cases, the court has made it reasonably clear that a judicial officer who lies during the course of disciplinary proceedings is not competent to sit as a judge, and we
Attention, delivering care package.
from the office. And if you want to read the
Care
full
package
text
coming
of the complaint, you can actually read it directly on Ballotpedia if you wanted. You can pull it up right from the government, right from the Court of Michigan itself. Now, I didn't bring this entire aspect up to necessarily crap on the judge. It's just something that came up in my research that really, at first glance, made me feel like maybe there's a bit more of a personal attachment to this, or maybe this judge's, you know, I guess you could say judgment was harsh for some weird reason. Maybe it was improperly handled. I don't know. There's a billion things running through my head. But at the end of the day, this is a story about actual personal responsibility. I think if I was living in this section, I'd be angry as a taxpayer, like in this area, because the amount of money wasted in court hearings and meetings actually stands to ultimately be at the cost of the average citizen. This guy's biggest issue was apparently not even having a license in the first place, not even being licensed to drive. And given the history and how the lawyers were treated and how they were even shocked, I have to imagine this person is effectively just a liar in this whole situation. This is not a story of just, I would assume, a clerical error. This, at least personally to me, feels like somebody that is okay with lying and okay with basically just not following basic tenets of the law. Now, do I think ultimately at the end that he is like the worst person imaginable? I do think that ultimately, since this was like a non-violent crime or anything, this person should basically be put through getting a license in the first place. And honestly, they probably should still be supervised, because just not following a law this simple shows some serious ineptitude and maybe almost willful, like ignorance, not willful, but like willful, just willfully not wanting to obey the law in the first place. This was a situation that could have so easily been resolved over the course of the years of this man's life that I'm surprised it hasn't, and it probably was due to this person just not giving a shit. And honestly, at that moment, I think the guy should really be supervised. You know, even when driving, or even in the process of, I guess, getting the learner's permit and then the license. It's such a dumb story, and it's taken so many twists and turns that I'm finally glad that it's come to its actual conclusion. Now, unless Corey has a twin, you know, evil twin or something that's been setting him up, I don't see this going anywhere. But yeah, wild story over the course of a week, and a perfect example of why you should wait before you offer retractions and apologies, and just get the full story and the full understanding of the case so brazenly wild. That said, this is me, Mutahar, and I am out.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of You're Getting Effed. I'm your host, Louis Rossman. Today we're going to be talking about Adobe, a company that made software that you used to be able to run on your own computer. Now Adobe software and Adobe Creative software requires that you connect to the cloud, aka somebody else's computer. And when you are at the mercy of connecting to somebody else's computer, you use your software, this means that your data can be held hostage and they can change the terms on you at any time. If the software exists on my computer, and my computer does not have to connect to the internet, then, well, you could use eManagement or Logic Pro 6 from now until the end of time. Not having to worry about a thing. But when you use Adobe software, the terms can change at any given time, even to the point where you may have to choose between having your data deleted or having machine learning algorithms from the company go through all your stuff to improve their services. Let's take a look at what Adobe did recently. They have this over here, updated terms of use. We made some changes to the Adobe General Terms of Use regarding the use of software and services. And I'm going to go over the part that I found the most interesting. We may access, view, or listen to your content in both automated and manual methods. Our automated systems can analyze your content and create cloud using techniques such as machine learning in order to improve our services and software. Now, to be clear, I have absolutely no idea. A lot of people that are really pissed about AI. I am not. I'm actually trying to train Mistral 7B right now on every single thing that I have ever said about motherboard repair over the past 10 years. I am happy to try and train AI to do my job. In fact, I'm fucking offended that OpenAI
You guys
never
split.
scraped my damn border pair
What are you
or my
doing? I don't have a
wiki
scope
figure
to
out how
hit them
fix
from
MacBooks
where I'm
properly.
at.
You ask ChatGPT how to fix a MacBook, it is clueless. That
If
being
you need
said,
a heal,
I
you
have
come
no
to me.
problem on machine learning running on stuff that I've put
Or you
out there
can
into the
push.
public. If I've posted it to a forum, if it's
And
on a
that's
public
not a good
blog on
idea.
my
I know
website,
what's gonna
fair
happen
game.
here.
When it's on my personal private shit, get the fuck out of here. I do not want Adobe's machine learning algorithms going through my personal private content. When I have something in my drawer, that belongs to me. That is not for anybody else to learn from. When I publish something in a free paper, when I put something in front of my lawn, when I publish it to my company blog that is open to the public, by all means, have an algorithm go through as much as you want. The shit that's in my fucking filing drawer, that is for me, not for you, Adobe. But wait, it gets better. Check this out. You have to look at the bottom of the screen if you're a customer of this piece of shit software. It says over here, by closing this window, you'll be unable to continue using Adobe apps and services. By clicking accept and continue, you agree that you have read and accepted the terms of use. I repeat, this is cloud software. This is not software running on your computer. So if you have a halfway finished creative project, you are literally not able to access it unless you agree to terms and conditions that allow their machine learning algorithms to go through all of your private fucking library. You rapist pieces of shit. And this is the reason that cloud software is something that is just, it fucking needs to go away, in my opinion. Closed source cloud software needs to fucking go away. We have to find alternatives to it. People have to stop using it. We have to stop accepting and normalizing this shit. I'll be honest with you. There are some pieces that I use, and I am trying to step back as much as I can in my own business and in my own life. I do not subscribe to a business phone system. I have free PBX and Asterisk running in my fucking closet. There are certain things for certain annoying bookkeeping tasks where it's like, fine, F it, I'll give you it because you're the only one that made something that works. But that's it. I'm not doing any more of this. Into the future, I do not care how miserable, how difficult, how aggravating it is. I am not adding more of it to my life than what's already there. I'm very happy to be using DaVinci Resolve Studio right now. I pay for my license keys to that software, even though it'll work if you don't pay for the license key, because they have a free version that works great. I've paid $300 for that software so many times simply because I run it on my own computer, and it runs on Linux, and it doesn't crash. Have you ever found a real video editor on Linux that doesn't crash? It actually has compressor plugins that work. You can actually see gain reduction. There are Linux video editors where you run a compressor and you literally can't even see gain reduction. They had this shit with the Yuri 1176 that appeared back in fucking 1968, and Linux can't get that shit in 2024 and half the video editors. But DaVinci Resolve Studio did. So I give them money. We need to give money to pieces of software that treat people like human beings, not software that treats you like this. Why do you get to have access to every single thing that I've worked on? To have a machine learning algorithm go through it, to improve your products and services, when for all I know, in 1 year, your products and services may compete with mine. If you want to compete with me on the MacBook border pair market by using all the information I've put out there on the internet, by all means, you're welcome to do so. I welcome competition. What you are not allowed to do is go to the shit that is in my private fucking drawer,
Eternal Hammy,
and learn from it.
Yo.
Or read it, or do anything to it. That's why it's in my goddamn drawer in my house.
Yo.
You rapist bastards want access to it, you can get access to it over
Eternal Hammy.
The problem with having your data on somebody else's computer is that they can roofie you anytime they want and get access to it. Read this. Where on this page does it say that if you don't want us to access your data, that you can grab all your data out of there and cancel? Does it say that? No. It says you either accept and continue, you take the roofie, or you don't get access to any of your stuff ever again. It's the South Park Cable Guy episode all over again. If you use Adobe software and services, I hope you've learned an important lesson. I've unfortunately had to learn this lesson in the past. And the only way that I've learned this lesson, and the only way that it really stuck, is when it was fucking painful. And it sucks that it's painful. It sucks that this is the world that we live in. This is not the world that I want to live in. And the reason that I've had this channel and talked about the things I have for the past 12 years is because I don't want to live in this world. I don't want to live in a world where a company can just decide at any given point in time, yeah, you know what, I want more money, and I want access to your data, and I want access to your personal shit, and I want to learn off of it, and I want to create a competing product and service off your private shit, and you're gonna fucking let me do it. What is this, the fucking Mafia carding company I was using 15 years ago to pick up e-waste? Are you serious? No. It's time to send a message. Tell them no. Say no. There are alternatives. I know. They're not as good. They're not always as good. You're gonna have to have a learning curve. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. It's worth it. It's worth it. To live in a future where we can fix what we own, say that we own what we own, say that we have privacy, it's worth it.
Really need a
Today,
scope.
And as always, I hope you learned something. See you all in the next video.
Movement in progress.
Say one, we're all inside this ring. You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Enemy spotted over there.
To be a good journalist. To be fair, most journalists don't do this. They're mostly dog shit journalists in the world. However, notice a good one, probably following these rules. The first one, seeking truth.
Taking fire.
The whole foundation.
Fetch broken enemy's shield. Reloading. Hold on. Shields recharging. Shots fired at me. Throwing Arcstar. Taking a moment to recharge my shields. Chua. Well, getting shot at. Hold on.
Protected you now. Get your stats back to me. I hit 1 for 70. That's all I could do with this scope. Up this, up people up here.
They're right behind us. Okay, that's good.
I bathe in the blues. There are a lot of squads near us. Nobody's I'm ready to control the area.
Energy ammo
Let
here.
us catch them if it is not even. Multiple squads attack. Activating EMP. Broken enemy shield. Someone destroy my drone. Reloading. Shots fired at me.
While on a course.
Extra supplies over here. I leveled up. I'm done an upgrade too.
Yeah, enemy spotted. I have fallen. Taking fire. Grenade out. Throwing grenade. Grenade out. Look down.
Yeah, I don't know why you're trying to hard. I guess you.
Somewhat fair punishment here of going to jail for a couple
Attention. There is a new
There's a perfectly good upgrade just waiting for me. Taking fire. Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Patch me up, though. Just giving my shields a recharge. Look out, grenade.
Off-tier says,
We could have killed like 3 squads, but we're just hiding.
views, and he set the record straight on like a local news channel that basically said, "Hey man, I didn't do anything wrong."
7 News Detroit reporter Kimberly Craig tells us Harris believes he's paying an unfair price for an honest mistake.
It has literally been pure OD hell. I've been assaulted. I've been followed. I've been laughed at. I've been ridiculed. I have been disrespected.
Corey Harris is planning to appear.
And I absolutely believe a lot of those things are true. And, you know, honestly,
Underestimate me and pay the price.
there's all the negative attention that comes with being a meme online.
Come on, you got
However,
what to do.
even worse if you got all of that based off a false pretense of belief that isn't actually true.
Follow me if you want to win.
He's a law-abiding citizen. So now that we know what's going on, we're taking the steps to go forward to correct the problem.
Introducing your champion.
Where his license is in proper order.
should be allowed to drive again. And a bunch of people then went on an apology tour.
At the time.
Let's find something good. They just can't resist me, can they?
And even Charlie made a video that, again, went even more viral about it.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Going to phase.
Driving with a suspended license on paper, it turns out that
Round
wasn't
one.
the reality of the
Beginning ring
situation. It was
countdown.
actually a clerical
Frag
error.
out. Already inside.
However, in 2022.
Shot at.
Now, the argument that they're making basically is that, there's some
Patching myself.
Taking fire. I'm spotted. Taking fire. Recharging my shield.
Need to recharge my shields.
Just giving my shield a recharge.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
First blood.
Throwing an arc star. Recharging my shield.
So we're talking about being accountable. We're talking about following the story all the way to its end. So we started off, man drives a suspended license and then goes
Taking
live
fire.
on a court
Reloading.
case where he's talking about a suspended license, how
Enemy
embarrassing, how
down.
stupid. Then, it is actually a clerical error. He fucked up. He
Recharging
didn't have a
my
license.
shields.
It was unsuspended 2 years ago. This is his
I
first
have eyes
fault.
on the enemy.
To now, he
Listen
never
up,
had
I'm
a
getting
license
shot at.
ever.
I cracked an enemy shield. Shield drone if you need.
He never got
Grenade, move.
his driver's license
Recharging shield.
in his
Throwing
life.
arc star. Look out, grenade.
She's asking you.
Warning. Ring closing.
Hostile right here.
W Key says, Wraith, where are you, dog?
I don't even want to be Wraith. I'm a lifeline. I don't know why I'm this person.
If I had a driver's license, most people
I
wouldn't
don't
know
understand
that.
this.
However, in court, his tune was a little different. Specifically because
I'm not in
of
the fight.
policeman.
Not gonna go to that fight. I'm try to run away.
This way, let's go.
At least twice.
I would love to see another fight.
Package being delivered.
Do I get you, hopefully, from
Heads
the
up.
old...
Damn it, that hurt.
Can I craft you, or I can't craft you with Wraith?
Actually, I don't have a sense.
Hello?
The question was, are you a valid driver? So, I am not.
There was. Okay, so he literally told a police officer that he didn't have a license, that he's never been a valid driver. So it doesn't matter if his license got unsuspended. I mean, the reason it got suspended in the first place, I think, is probably just some, not paying child support, normal due process, a normal punishment or something. But he didn't even have one to suspend. He never had a Michigan driver's license in the first place. And then the judge kind of goes in on it.
Crafting. Keeping focus. Is that our squad mate's banner?
What? One of you wasn't dead already?
Now, I grant that sometimes that can be a complicated but it was certainly
New
That
kill
just
leader.
happened.
Watch for them.
that didn't happen other than that wasn't the case. Then came the unexpected.
And Judge was low-key kind of mad that basically Corey Harris and a bunch of people online were blaming the friends of the court for a clerical error.
I guess our other dude can go back and replicate you then.
Made it to the next level. One upgrade at a time.
Jail.
Only you and me left.
Putting up a W's.
Why? What we want to do?
Got my upgrade. Let's see where it takes me.
That's what my client has said. But when we talk about the hoopla, my client didn't start the hoopla.
Dude, look at the judge's face here. He's not happy when he talks about this.
Perhaps he's made some comments, but he didn't start the hoopla
Wait,
whatsoever.
now, don't
That was
worry,
someone
I
that
got
was
the squad mates
that was
banner.
outside of his control as to how it went viral. He had no control over that, and that I'm going to stand on that. He did not. He did not send it out on Instagram. He didn't send it out to Twitter. He didn't do that part. So,
He's an all-time he could be a Twitch streamer tomorrow.
with respect to, did he have a I don't want to try this case today at all, but what I want to do is focus on what's good. Now, what was good? That day in October, this officer here, that could have gone a whole other direction, and I'm so happy that you were so kind and courteous to my client. Thank you, officer. Thank you.
And basically, she's like, yo, there was a lot of hoopla. People were saying shit left and right. Let's just move on from this whole little situation. And Judge does not let her get away with that one.
Forward with this. He is here. What I'm like, this is what I got. Because, yes.
I would like to move forward on this case. We handle these cases. But I will tell you,
I'm not done yet.
having appeared before me, the one thing I don't like is when people don't take responsibility for what they've done. When they take responsibility for it, we will use whatever we can to try to get you to another spot. Because it doesn't behoove any of us for you to be in this. One other thing that I will say. When you say it wasn't started by him, oh, it certainly was. It certainly was when he made his first statement to WX Racing about blaming people for what happened. And he shouldn't have done it. Because when you look
Activating
at the
jump
whole
drive.
thing, the person that needed to be blamed, we can go back to I'm not here to say it.
I have the ball.
To be blamed is the person that you stated countdown. He didn't do what he
Good,
should have
we're
done.
inside.
Well,
Optics here. Mid-range.
Right?
Just what I needed.
A certain level of
Dropship
things.
here. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Not driving with the license. He knew it was illegal.
Replicator
Police
incoming.
officer that.
Let's make ourselves something
News
nice.
Say otherwise, and then make everybody go on the apology tour, and Charlie make his video, and everybody else make
Activating
their
jump
videos
drive.
about how they were wrong about this embarrassing case. And he just kind of tricked everybody, right? He kind of bold-faced lied to make it look not as bad. But it was as bad as the original story. Man showed up on Zoom call driving about a case where he has a suspended license, and he knew he had a suspended license. Plain and
Extra
simple.
treasures
Judge
here.
seems like a good
You're
guy.
welcome.
Contact with
He
target.
seems like he just wants this guy to make his life better, you know, just to move on from all of this. He doesn't want to get away with any bullshit.
You're in their sights.
The bad guy in the process. I think he's actually doing
Void running.
Anyway, there it is. If you're curious, that should be the finale of the Corey Harris versus State of Michigan license debacle. If there's a fourth update, I'll make a video about it because I gotta be accountable. I'm a knockout for this. Anyway, have a good rest of your meal if you're still eating. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye. Subscribe. Goodbye.
The official inflation story in the media goes like this. Workers are demanding too much money. Costs of raw materials and transportation are going up. And the Biden administration has pumped too much money into the economy. But that's not the full picture. There's something that corporate America doesn't want you to know.
What corporations don't want you to know is this. They're totally...
Holy crap, there's a lot to go over today. Starting with all the latest news coming out of Intel's Computex event and how they're manipulating the data. Ryzen 9000 gets its first benchmark, and RX 8000 is dead and on arrival.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Looks like that champion was all talk. We're already in the next ring. Good.
Quickly go
More
over
time to loot.
Intel's next-gen
Taking
X2
fire.
GPU architecture. For those who don't know,
WKey
X2,
says,
well, it's
Wraith.
their Battle Mage GPUs. Well, it technically goes from their integrated GPU and mobile processors all the way up to discrete desktop
package coming
parts.
in.
And yes, they
I'm
are
the
gonna be
Wraith.
releasing discrete
I don't know why I'm
desktop
here.
GPUs, but
I don't know how I
unfortunately,
got
we
to
don't
be
really
a
have
Wraith.
much information on that.
But I'm
This
him.
is just an overview of the architecture itself. Either way, starting things off, they have a new
I'ma go
ray
back
tracing
out the
core,
other way,
features
out of the
of
way,
universal
yeah.
pipelines, 18 box
Back out the
intersections,
other way.
2 triangle intersections, but not only that, they also have a new XE cores. They're
You down.
core, and here they go from SIMD 8 to 6.
WKey says, knocked one and broke two. WKey says, why we not playing together?
This is honestly a really big deal. I'm sort of getting through this quickly just because there's a lot to cover here, like I said. But moving on, there is a new render slice as well. Basically, this is a very big change.
WKey says, I'm reporting Scrappy.
Very big
For what?
here. As you can see, the performance efficiency, we are talking
You're
massive
reporting me? What a weird thing to say.
WKey says, sabotage.
We're talking at 4.1 times performance increase.
This is not sabotage. I'm not throwing grenades on you or trying to kill you or something, you weirdo.
WKey says,
don't know what that
you are
term
literally
means.
looting and not playing with your team.
You don't know what that term actually means, but go ahead and report me. See if that does anything.
I can't wait to meet them.
So keep in mind that this is purely Meteor Lake H versus Lunar Lake.
WKey says, throwing for no reason.
How am I throwing when you're the one who's dead and I'm alive and still getting points? Doesn't make any sense, buddy. Just be okay with your own death.
Same ISO power, we are talking 1.5 times the performance, but it's not just more performance at the same power, it's also
Target spotted.
Quite a bit less power draw for the same performance. Basically, C2 is looking like a very nice improvement over last gen.
WKey says, we are fighting for our lives and every time I look you are way. WKey says, way far.
Heads up. New kill leader.
I'm about to get fucking killed if I don't move. So you shut your ass up.
AI chatbots, and with AI set to take over before long, you definitely want to know how they tick. But there's other courses, like their course on how technology
There was 3
works,
teams
where
out
they
by
teach you
me.
inside how computer memory works, GPS, video compression, and more. But it's not even what they teach you, but how they teach you. Because with Brilliant, you learn by doing. And today,
There's 7 squads, and there was 3 teams over there. There's and us and 3 somewhere over here. Those 3 squads ain't making it out.
We're already inside the
Our guy left us? What a pussy. You want to try to hold him in here? I don't think that's a good idea.
Lunar Lake. And this one is one that I'm really going to be going over quite a bit here, and that's for a couple reasons. First, because Lunar Lake is a massive departure from anything Intel's ever done
Backpack
before.
here.
We're talking
Level 2.
a giant architectural change, new P&E cores. We're talking, this is such a big difference that it literally has on-package memory.
We could have still crafted that guy and got him up.
Void running.
Now, they are going to allow that in Arrow Lake, and that is actually the second reason, is the fact that the performance cores and efficiency cores in Lunar Lake are said to also come in Arrow Lake, which means the performance that we see with this is something that we can actually expect.
Heads up.
from
Not all of us are in the ring.
So this is going to tell us quite a bit here, so let's get right to it. As you can see, AI performance up about what
Replicator
we
incoming.
expected, 1.4 times. Then we add GFX performance 1.5 times versus previous
There's
gen.
another squad on us.
Things start getting a little weird. As you can see with this core performance, faster versus
Charging my shield.
and Snapdragon X Elite. Now, why is it that over here it gives us an actual percentage change
Jump drive
while
activated.
over here it just says faster? Well, let's go down here. It's 3, okay? 3. Intel, based on performance estimate with measurements on Lunar Lake against Ryzen 7 8840U and Snapdragon X Elite.
Negative 4 points? Come on, we can do this. This guy's there, this guy's up there. Trying to cover you, you gotta move.
Another squad's attacking. Focus.
While Lunar Lake's CPU is 8 cores and 8 threads. Yeah, no hyper-threading, I'll get to that in just a second as well, but that would be pretty impressive because on their desktop line, lately Intel has had more cores than AMD. So if an 8-core to 8-core, the Intel CPU can actually that would be pretty impressive, but it doesn't really save you for sure. Still though, let's go back to hyper-threading. Like I said, hyper-threading is now done, but like I recently covered, this
Already
isn't
inside.
just that they're just done with hyper-threading.
Setting a portal.
But
Mama's got you now.
with something new.
They're shooting
and
at
more or
me.
less went over this already within Intel's patent, but
Get to my portal.
end up using their E-cores to sort of
Portal placed.
hyper-threading.
Recharging my shield.
But one thing you'll notice here, they talk about this.
They might be watching you.
With
I've been down.
Oh, they came behind me? What a douche.
performance per watt per area. Now, you'll notice that this is not just comparing performance.
Got 51. Good job. Good job.
I'm already in the next ring. More time to gather supplies.
Versus the same kind of thing with hyper-threading. The fact that they don't actually give us those numbers makes me sort of doubtful. When it comes to performance, on IPC, as you can see, these new cores get a 14% performance increase. And impressive with the fact that they're doing such an architectural overhaul, which is the 14%. It doesn't really seem all that way there, but this is comparing it to Redwood Cove. And for those who don't know, Redwood Cove is the Meteor. But if this is still accurate, Meteor Lake CPUs are actually slower in single-core performance when compared to this 15% performance increase is actually less than that when you compare it to Raptor Lake. But it's even worse. Oh, really quickly, you can see here they actually put a 49,600 so you compare it to the 447.5H, and as you'll notice in most of this, it does worse. And it's even worse because, as you can see here, the clock speeds aren't finalized yet, but they're expecting them to be at 5.5 gigahertz or similar range for Arrow Lake, meaning there would also potentially be a clock regression as well, meaning this 14% IPC increase is not looking all that great at all, just because we're talking a regression in clocks. This does not account for that, so it'd be even lower. Then it's also comparing it to Redwood Cove, which is currently worse than Raptor Lake, so it's even lower there. Then, when we look at performance at power, you'll also notice that plus or minus 10% motor change. Well, it doesn't stop there.
You got this. Play it slow. Play it slow. Be a patient,
also
man.
the E-Core SkyMod. And when we look here, it looks unbelievably impressive because we're talking 1.38 times and 1.68 times. So
3 squads left. You just got a third party that's at the end. They're on top of you.
And then 68% faster in single-threaded floating
on top of you.
performance.
Do it.
But
Stay there for a
when you get
second.
down here, you'll
Let them
notice
move to
that's
the other
versus
team once they knock
Meteor Lake.
someone, and then you can come from behind them.
Now, for those who don't know,
Get back to
Meteor
the
Lake
high
has
ground.
two different kinds of E-cores, and as
They
you can
dropped.
see right here in Tom's Hardware,
Yep, they dropped. They dropped. You can go over top now. You can go over top now.
core only has 2 megabytes of cache compared to the 4 megabytes of cache that's on the regular E-core cluster. So they're
It's the shop on the way out.
to the LP E-core, but it's actually even worse than that because when you look over here, you can see that the LP E-core is made from TSMC's N6 node, while the regular E-cores are built on the Intel 4 node, meaning that these right here, they are literally comparing it to a worse node than they really should be, and comparing it to one that has less cache, but it's even worse when we move over here to multi-threading. Oh, 4 times performance, though at the same time they're literally comparing it with way more power draw, and for those who may not know, this architecture, Lunar Lake, is specifically meant to be an ultra low power architecture.
You a silver 3? Really? Dang, how'd I get in the lobby with you? Uh-oh. This is bad. Get up and over. Oh, he's right there. Hold the dough.
While SkyMod is a quad core, and the regular E-cores on Meteor Lake are quad core. So they're just like comparing it to dual core as a quad core when they could be comparing
Does he have any heals?
quad core, which is why you're getting this massive 4 times performance, 2.9 times performance. This is just crap.
Scrappy DP says, anti.
To Raptor Code, which is Raptor Lake's P-core, and that's pretty impressive, the fact that it can actually get right around to it, but don't forget that this is IPC, so they aren't allowing Raptor Code to get to its highest clock. Obviously, it is ultimately faster. This is just instructions per clock. This is just instructions per clock, so this is a fixed frequency, so basically the frequencies are the same, but once again, you have plus or minus 10% margin of error. And in fact, when we go here, plus or minus 10% margin of error, plus or minus 10% margin of error. Basically, there are a lot of issues with these benchmarks. So when you hear people say, oh, it's this much faster, not really. Basically, this is not looking all that great for Intel, in my opinion. I mean, this is very impressive, but at the same time, they're doing so much really not cool stuff to get to these numbers. And next up, while speaking performance, we have one of the first benchmarks of AMD's Ryzen 9000 CPUs. As you can see right here, this originally comes from Tech PowerUp, and it's of the Ryzen 9 9900X. And this actually comes from AMD's Computex event. This is just them going to their booths and things like that and filming things. And they apparently did a benchmark in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. And as you can see, it got an average FPS of 229 with a 7900 XTX. And this is at 1080p graphics preset high. Well, when we compare this to, the thing about this is that it does sort of depend on a couple things. We don't really know if it has FSR3 and what kind of settings it has, quality, performance, ultra performance, but I will say that here we have a preset of actually medium, not even a high preset, but just medium, and then FSR3 quality with a 13900K, 7900 XTX. It just got 171.1. So if it's anything like this, that's a pretty massive boost in performance there, though I do have to caution, some people did it with, I believe it was FSR3 Ultra Performance, and it was actually fairly similar with the 13900K, but I will say that I highly doubt they used FSR3 Ultra Performance, but I don't know for sure, but obviously it should be significantly faster than the 13900K, but yeah, this still, at least from what we're seeing here, doesn't look bad at all. And lastly for today, if you've been following the channel, and of course, if you haven't, make sure you subscribe and hit that bell icon for all the latest PC hardware news. But if you have, you know that I've talked about RDNA 4, which should be the architecture in AMD's next-gen RX 8000 GPUs. And what you know about that is that, at least from all the leaks that we've seen, it seems very clear at this point that AMD has more or less canceled their higher-end RDNA 4 GPUs, meaning they only plan to challenge NVIDIA in the mid-range. Well, it now looks like RDNA 4 isn't coming until next year, at least according to Hassan from WCCF Tech, who is likely at Computex. So this is almost certainly coming from people discussing this at Computex, and I will say, given the fact that we didn't really hear anything about it there, it very well may be true. And I guess what I'd ask about that is, does that mean that RDNA 4 is dead on arrival? I mean, we pretty well know that the RTX 5000 series is set for release this year, and given the fact that AMD isn't planning to compete in the high end, and they're also waiting until next year, maybe they're waiting for the 5070 series to see how they can compete price to performance, things like that, but if they're looking at it like that, it definitely doesn't sound good. So while that does it for today, you think AMD's next-gen GPUs are dead on arrival? Let me know down in the comments below. And don't forget to try out Brilliant for free at brilliant.org/gamermeld. And as always, have a great day.
Actual deep dives and research.
Watch later list.
There we go!
저기 튀김.
Those who've mining. How about that? The jets, we're dropping hot.
On me.
The image on the left is running 1440
It's go time!
24 frames per second. The image on the right is running the same Super Borderlands 3 on the same PC at 40 frames per second.
Attention.
Microsoft
First blood.
Auto SR.
First
Automatic
blood.
Super Resolution.
FNGs always go
And
first.
in some ways, this is very similar
Round
to
one.
NVIDIA's
Beginning
DLSS
ring
technology.
countdown.
This is an resolution upscaling technology for use in games to make your game run faster by rendering at a lower resolution, and then using the magic of AI to make the output image look more like your monitor's actual native rendering.
That's gonna kick!
So what we're seeing here on the left-hand side is, again, the game running at an actual 1440p, and also the resolution on it can only handle 24 frames per second. But this image on the right, the game itself
Taking
is
fire.
actually
Weapons supply bin over there.
Got some extra supplies.
that is not
Charging up my
just
shield.
half the resolution, because 720 is half of 1440, but that's half on one axis and half on the other. That is 1/4
Got company out there.
Extra out.
that it originally had to work with. This
Frag
is an
out.
extremely aggressive upscale. And by running
Heads up, we're not alone.
lower rendering rate, it takes a ton of burden off
Throwing
of the
thermite.
GPU
They're going below.
Throwing
and
hostile.
allows it to render
Yeah, they're going below.
Firing!
Frag out.
Take me down. We got middle right here.
Second.
Enemies right here.
We're all inside this ring.
Got trouble here. Come on, come on. Enemies reviving here.
However,
My shields are recharged.
Wipe fire? Are we fighting this wipe fire?
Enemies right here.
side-by-side still images
Taking fire.
Oh, I missed all my shit. Fuck.
a still screenshot, but have a lot more trouble in motion. That's an idea that we'll come back to in a second.
Attention.
Also, the
Delivery
thing
package.
in here, this art style being very
There's a care package coming down.
helping out might be easy up. But anyway, that's what's going on here. Now, while this is very similar to
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
in that again,
You succeeded only in disappointing me.
it has some pretty major differences in how it actually operates. Because NVIDIA's DLSS runs on the GPU itself, where it has part of its hardware set aside for tensor cores, which are executing that DLSS algorithm. That is not quite how AutoSR works. AutoSR is running on an NPU, a neural processing unit, which is going to be a big deal on on Microsoft's big push towards Copilot Plus PCs. Now, the thing I see with that is, like, take a look at this, because here we're seeing that the image on the left is the game running at 720p, and it has 36 frames per second. And the image on the right is the game running, well, at 36 frames per second again. But it looks a lot better because it's running the AutoSR upscaling algorithm. And I think you guys would agree that the one on the right does look a lot sharper, does seem to have more detail, but it's running at exactly the same frame rate. Now, that's actually different than what would happen with something like DLSS. Because DLSS, let's say you're running a game at, maybe your monitor is 1080p. If your monitor is at 1080p and you use DLSS quality, it's rendering the game at 720p internally and then using the upscaling algorithm running on the tensor cores to output what should hopefully look like a 1080p output image. Now, it doesn't usually end up looking perfect, especially at those lower monitor resolutions. However, it also doesn't perform quite the same as exactly running the game at 720p. So rendering the game at 720p DLSS takes an
Listen, I've been
additional
training all day, so it's about time we do
pause
some fighting.
because it's having to run
Didn't even get to
as
choose my right
Alpha
guy.
versus just rendering the game at 720p.
Clips are what cities
They
use
would
in
not
their
be
hair.
running it exactly.
This is called
the
a
same
magazine.
frame. But that's what we're seeing here. These are running exactly the same frame rate because the GPU isn't doing.
This is your champion.
I survived being swallowed by the dark heart of the universe, so you won't
Upscaling.
seem a wee bit.
Oh yeah, master of the jump, right here.
Processing unit. However, I think that's actually causing what looks to me like the biggest downside to auto super resolution. If you need the processing of the frame to run through the NPU before it gets back to the GPU, I guess, to finally display, that sounds like that'll take more time, meaning we could introduce latency. And so I was reading this one post in a lot of detail. One of the main things I was looking for was latency. The research for latency in this article do have confirmation that this does introduce latency. It says that running auto super resolution introduces a single latency.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
In our testing, this is Microsoft talking,
Round one.
most players didn't have this
Countdown.
display. And when they did,
Next
the
ring's
sharper
quite the
graphics
trot.
and faster frame rates more than made up for it, enhancing the overall gaming experience. Okay, so that's a big thing. Because, you know, we've seen a similar issue with frame generation technologies, and to be clear, frame generation is not the same thing as super resolution. Super resolution is rendering the game at a lower internal resolution to make it
45
easier on
seconds.
your
Ring and
GPU.
Energy ammo. Optics here.
And then trying to
Extended
make
energy
the
mag
output
here.
image look
Level 2.
close to what the monitor resolution actually would be. However, frame generation is actually taking two frames and kind of interpolating, guessing what's in between, and showing that, which you have to slightly delay showing a frame that otherwise would have been ready to display because it's being used for part of that interpolation. When NVIDIA launched DLSS 3, there was a lot of discussion about the added latency.
Chloe
And,
underscore
I think
9897.
Posts like
Hey.
kind of what we're seeing here, but for
Hey.
DLSS 3, NVIDIA was claiming it was about half.
Hey, Chloe. Please don't ask me anything about Discord. Not in Discord, please.
Enemy here. Hold on to your arms. New killer.
So,
Soon to be me.
with that being said, I think this could still end up being a really because people often do the same thing with frame generation. A lot of people are okay with the trade-off of adding latency to increase motion fluidity. Because the two reasons why you traditionally want
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take the sniper and try to do
fluidity,
something.
things look smoother
Down to
when you
target.
move on the
Pop
screen
in the
because you
chimney.
have more frames of information being
Give my
displayed.
shield a recharge.
And increased responsiveness. When you like click to shoot, the
Got a
shot
secure
happens
package coming
quicker.
in.
The game registers that quicker. And running frame generation technologies get you more motion fluidity, but you know, don't improve the latency
Enemy there.
and could possibly have a small latency hit.
Reloading.
It's looking like this has that
Kill
same
confirmed.
issue where it
Another notch on the
increases the
belt.
motion fluidity, but
Standard
does not
stock here.
improve the
Level 3.
responsiveness, and this
Improves
actually
handling
looks like it
speed.
makes
Healing.
responsiveness
Watch my back.
worse by up to a whole
Oh, hell
frame.
yeah, mate.
Or on average a frame. Now that sounds actually like a potentially significant downside, also because the lower your frame rate, the more milliseconds of
Watch my
latency
back.
that is, because the longer it takes you to render a frame, the more latency you're adding. So it seems like it has the downsides of frame generation, even though it's not a frame generation technology, which is kind of interesting, because normally DLSS and FSR increase your frame rate and increase your responsiveness at a possible hit to image quality. Because
What
you
does
have
my
the
Z do?
resolution. In general, though, this
Bam, there
technology
goes a
does not
boozle.
look to be competing
Or
with
something like
regular
that. I didn't-
FSR
okay.
and DLSS, because even in
Aha,
Microsoft's
no,
own
that does. What
announcement
does Z
post
do?
about this, they're actually saying that next generation games, meaning new games under development, Auto SR should not be the focus. They're talking about
What was
direct
that saying?
don't use Auto SR directly. DirectSR is an API for game developers to easily implement FSR.
I don't want to, but I think I have to go this way.
By unifying the
I really don't want to do it.
API, so it's easy to integrate games. So Microsoft is saying that new games should be focusing on DirectSR. So what is AutoSR? AutoSR does not need to be integrated into a game the way DLSS does, or
The
XSS
Rampage and the
does,
Sentinel.
or the way that even FSR does. It doesn't need to be directly integrated into the game. So AutoSR, they're saying this enhances existing games that don't have those other, couldn't use those other upscaling technologies. And they're also calling it AutoSR. What is the auto? It's for doing this automatically. So they have another post here talking about that there are currently 11 games that are available right here, if you want to take a look, that will default to enabling AutoSR. So what does that mean? What does it mean it defaults to being on? Which, by the way, you could turn off in your system display graphic settings. Well, it would default to, basically, when you start up the game, it actually changes your desktop resolution to a lower resolution, and then uses AutoSR to upscale it, thus boosting frame rate, and it would do so automatically unless you turn it off in those supported games. You can enable it to where it won't be automatic. You can enable it manually by changing these settings in pretty much any game. They say it's compatible with most
Bamboozles for the
games,
fools. It works, it rhymes.
and you can enable it manually.
I'll walk it off.
Now, if you don't want it to adjust the entire desktop resolution, then you can set it to on, but keep current desktop resolution.
Recharging my shield. Get the bamboozled. You got bamboozled.
Yourself. It seems like the model that they've trained this upscaling for operates on inputs between 700 and 900 lines of vertical resolution. So you have to have the game running between 700 and 900. That's all it's going to do. And then I guess it can output to any amount 1080p or greater. I'm not sure what any of the other games say 1080p or greater, and they do at least show those 1440p screenshots and 1080p screenshots. So basically, the input resolution has to be between 700p and 900p, and the output to 1080p or greater. So that's certainly more restrictive than FSR and DLSS, for example,
to the
on the types of resolution
I'm
inputs
running out of
that it's able
ideas.
to take. Also, currently, this probably won't run on your PC, but that could expand to much wider support in the near future. Currently, this is going to launch with Copilot Plus instances with a Snapdragon processor with Hexagon NPU and an integrated GPU. So basically, this is running on the new Copilot Plus deployed. That branding, you have to have a NPU, a neural processing unit, of sufficient power to get that branding.
Giving our shields a recharge.
Are going to be the Snapdragon X ARM series processors, which is really interesting because I'm very curious
Taking them
how
out with a
gaming on
decoy.
Windows on ARM is going to actually turn out. If that's going to end up being a big deal. Now, that's what it supports currently. However, Microsoft has been asked about this, and they've responded that as more PCs get Copilot Plus support, we'll be seeing Lunar Lake from Intel. We'll be seeing AMD coming with its new line of APUs with the NPUs built in, and those should be updated to support this technology as well.
Yeah, leveled up. So do we get like awards for that, or our name on the chalkboard? Oh,
so
we get
overall,
upgrades. That's even
I
better.
think that this seems
This upgrades make me stronger, faster, and chiseled than
big,
before.
Downside to running outside
Troops
the game
o'clock.
itself, it not requiring the direct integration
Deploying me knuckle cluster. Taking them out with a decoy.
into a game by the developers. DLSS, FSR, XeSS, things like that are probably the way to go. AutoSR again doesn't require that, but that leads to one of the other issues. Let's talk one last little bit about what I think about the image quality, because these still screenshots are looking pretty good. However, the art style of Borderlands 3 is very, painterly, if that makes sense, right? And Because this is not directly integrated into the game, AutoSR doesn't have access to things like motion vectors. In other words, like as far as what inputs it has to work with, it's much more similar to FSR1, not FSR2 or 3, FSR1, where it was effectively a spatial upscaler. That's the kind of inputs that it's working with. Now, FSR1 wasn't an AI-trained algorithm, and so perhaps the AI-trained algorithm is able to add in more detail than something that wasn't AI-based would be able to do. So we have yet to see. However, one of the issues with FSR in a spatial upscaling, FSR1, was when you run it at a pretty aggressive setting like we're doing here, going from 720p to 1440p.
I need light ammo.
One of the issues is it would start to almost look like, a lot of people would describe it as almost like a watercolor painting, where you it's kind of rounding out and the edges and things like that. It almost looks painted, which is kind of interesting because they're showing it off in a game with that kind of art type of issue with the upscale. So I'm not saying that's for sure going to be the case, but they're definitely showing it off. How good it's able to look in a temporal stability standpoint, like how much temporal flicker and stability issues are. Or because we're taking that whole one frame of latency, are they somehow using the previous frame and the next frame, so like trying to get some type of temporal data out of that by introducing that latency? I don't know. So I do have some questions about the overall quality of the upscale. So in general, I think this is really cool, and I'm actually very excited to see Microsoft getting this. I think it would be really cool if they had just like eventually a directly integrated super resolution technology that could be part of PX or something like that. Based on this, that was more platform agnostic than something like DLSS's, which it has to have their So I'm really curious where this type of technology is going. So I'm very curious how those gaming ARM on Windows is going to go. If you want to look into more details on all of this, feel free to follow the description.
Give him my shield to recharge.
From Microsoft talking about all of this. So just keep in mind so they're obviously
1 sec, healing up. 20 down. Selfish if you ask me.
I'm curious what you guys think about all of this. Definitely let me know in the comments. Commenters, subscribers, directly support the channel financially. That is
Got us a care package coming in.
Thank you to everybody who can do that. Totally understand not everybody's in a financial place to do so, which is totally
Give him my shield to recharge.
You do get like membership badges and comments, and I'll start getting more behind the scenes content, things like that out on the channel over the summer here. Anyway, I hope all of you have an excellent day. Where's my unrecord button?
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today let's hack Microsoft's crappy recall feature. Now ladies and gentlemen, about 2 weeks ago I covered a feature where Microsoft was about to release, amongst their new lineup of Microsoft Copilot plus PCs, whatever the heck they are, and decided to implement a feature known as Recall, which periodically takes screenshots of your computer that basically are stored on your device, and you can look through them to see fragments of your past. Now, since then, there's been a whole lot of privacy nightmare stuff that's basically been brought out. So today, I decided to install the feature myself, actually show you what it looks like, and then show you how unsecure and how hackable it is. So anybody can grab this data and look through the actual screenshots and see compromising pictures of your naked body, for instance, right? Your significant other, your address entered in fields, possibly your password. It's a whole new world out here, and it's time to get down to the bottom of it. So to give you an idea, Windows comes on 2 different versions, okay? You've got Windows for x86 64. We all know this is what's running on our desktops for the most part, right? And then you've got Windows on ARM. Now, ARM is a different type of processor. A different processor architecture that is primarily found in mobile devices and laptops these days, right? So your mobile devices run on ARM systems. They're efficient. That's why they last for a day plus and sometimes can handle pretty significant workloads. Now, laptops are kind of new to this. Apple released ARM-based laptops years ago, titling them Apple Silicon. So this laptop I have right here, which is what we're going to be using in this video, actually has 64 gigs of memory, and it's an Apple M1 Max. So this isn't anything massively new, but I'm only using this because this is the same architecture as Microsoft Windows with the recall feature, ARM64. So in this situation, I basically went on the internet, I downloaded a 64-bit version of the ARM version of Windows that had the recall feature. Then we downloaded the AI training workload, implemented it, and using a program known as Theory, which allowed us to download these tools, implement them, restart the system, and we have you can either have a laptop with an ARM-based processor like I do here, or you can provision a free virtual machine for my understanding that Microsoft runs. I obviously went with my own hardware. So here we've got an actual Windows system, and if you look in the bottom right, obviously I haven't activated Windows, but you can see that Windows is saving snapshots, okay? So in this situation, if we actually open this up here real quick, you can open Recall and find out, okay, it's got a little progress bar. So in this situation, it's basically taken screenshots of a lot of the happenings that I've been doing. So for instance, when I was browsing certain GitHubs for a project.